Hello, everyone out there in the world. Thank you for tuning in to King of the Castle. We are excited to bring you the matches today of this double elimination bracket to see who's going to be eventually seeing who's going to be invited to the Area Cup Invitational, the Splatoon World Championship. Now, Dragonudo.
Yes.
My good friend.
Yes, April.
How are you doing this morning?
Well, it's not morning for me anymore, but barely awake, especially considering this tournament started at an EU time, which is a rarity among a lot of people. A lot of Splatoon events, which is interesting to see. We had a bit of trouble this morning getting the matches underway, didn't we? A little bit of a problem.
A little bit of a backup. One minute.
Yeah, a bit of classic TO drama or issues. But we managed to find a match. Wow, what match did we find?
So I believe we have found the match versus Perfect Catch versus Centopia. And these two teams are going to be putting on a show for us, I'm sure. Centopia is a team name that I've heard before. I think that they've been around the block in terms of, playing in some of the lower-ish level events, playing in things like SAC. And Perfect Catch has some of our favorites, we'll say, including the lovely Tara from Europe.
Yeah, well, we got Tara, we got Ryan, who is Tara's brother, so a bit of a brotherly bond on this gameplay today, and we got Jared and Zaraz as well to round that out. So honestly, a pretty stacked team. Especially for an old boomer like me, who can only see the names from a couple years ago and be like, wow, I recognize those. So for me, I'm like, wow, look, stacked team. So Centopia's got a bit of a hill to climb. Not an easy first or second match for them. I think the only benefit they really have going in is that they've warmed up with a first round match and are coming into this with some sort of game on the table. Whereas Perfect Catch, this is their first of the day. So we could see an upset, but the underdogs coming into this definitely Centopia.
Oh, 100%. I'm still going to be super duper excited to see people like Zaraz on their charger, people like Jared just tearing stuff up with the dually squelchers. I'm not expecting to see too much different. We're going to probably see Tara on the tent, although I don't know if he wants to play it here. Especially on something as tight as Zone's Reef, but it could be a good way to just make sure you get branch control, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could see the 10, I could see the Junior. Also, it's to be noted that Tara likes to not just only play support weapons when he's playing with Western teams. It seems he only really, at least from my memory, he used to only really play support weapons mostly in tournaments when he was playing with Japanese teams, and would occasionally flex onto support roles on Western teams, but he does like playing offensively sometimes. But obviously, he's got a bit of a stacked lineup here. Ryan was always a good Tetris. He's expanded out into other things, but he was always a good Tetris. And obviously, Zaraz and Jared have a storied history on their weapons. So he could have been. He might have picked this roster under the idea that he's going to play support. But honestly, I don't think we'll know until we get in, considering that it's an early round stage, and they might just pick comfort picks just to get it over with.
They could just be warming up stuff. You never know.
Yeah. However, the other team, I have no idea what they play, so it's gonna be a right shock for me. Seeing what they bring out. They might be triple bamboo. They might be a triple bamboo.
Triple bamboo.
Yeah, it might be all bamboo Mark II burst bomb rush, all of them.
I can hear 20 pew pew in my ear on the bamboo propaganda account screaming.
Yeah. I love bamboo. MPU. Woo.
We're getting into this thing, and we do see the carbon hand. Is that an arrow PG? No, it was a splash. Okay. Very offensive composition coming out from Centopia, though.
Yeah, definitely. Well, maybe they're trying to match. They're trying to match the experience against just raw aggression here. I mean, for Tara, we see him on the end zap, which is understandable. Like we knew that he was going to play. Thought he was going to play something support. That's kind of like a nice middle ground. Got defensive power already, 3 down, already a wipe, in fact. So not a great start for Centopia, but kind of expected performance right now from Perfect Catch.
interesting we see Orion on the light Tetra Dually, something you really don't see too often, but this Autobomb Rush can be a nuisance. Unfortunately, he's not going to get any picks or anything there because, you know, why would any of my points actually be validated on the mic? Easy lockout, though. We see Orion just dancing around this car, making sure people are stuffed out. Zera's providing support from below, and they're just waiting it out. I mean, even with all the specials that you see coming online right now, you're going to have one chance to break back in, but the carbon going down early means that they are not going to get anywhere soon, and wow.
I think this is what casual players call unfair gameplay.
Right, yeah, no, it's unprofessional.
Unprofessional gameplay, yeah. So a bit of sad start for Centopia, but not unexpected considering Perfect Catch are our second seed for the tournament. They are expected to go very far in this, and this is an early round match. But quite the lockout coming from them. Definitely impressive gameplay. I mean, they have a lot of short range shooters, so it really was just sit underneath the drop, wait for them to come along, and let them fall into your gun, and just have Zaras pepper them with burst bomb damage the whole time. Textbook Reef gameplay.
And I mean, that's the reason why, you know, people still do opt for something closer to a backline like the Jet Squelcher, like even something like a Nautilus that just has a bit more range that can really help out in those lockout situations, right? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, I know that the meta sort of moved itself away from backlines a while ago now. And again, the only real backlines that you have are stuff that can flex to a midline. At least to a midline. So
right,
but like maps like that, they show how a backline can still have this sort of dominating presence, especially when you can't get in. You know, like it's just a little bit extra trouble getting in. But I digress. We're moving on to the next map. We've got tower control. Oh, tower control? Yeah, tower control. Control on Schellendorf. Wait, it's Schellendorf. Well, whatever. On Inkblock Art Academy. So we'll see how this starts. I mean,
it starts with a very early ray. Yeah, I was gonna say that's one way to do it, getting the pick there. Orion getting helped out by the ray. That's pretty textbook gameplay with those early ray starts, trying to make sure you're putting on the offensive pressure on those choke points, and Orion knew to go right there for it. Getting pushed on the tower early, though it's not really getting too far. They have to back up. They do have to respect that range blaster. He was able to get at least one pick, but Jared with a follow-up, and that's going to be a clean way onto the enemy plat, and it's not looking good if you're Centopia. You need those specials right now.
Yeah, tactical trade, I think, from Orion. I mean, the Autobots came up. The Autobombs. The Autobots rolled out and took a lot of the plat there. A lot of the presence on ramp for them. And yes, Orion died from it, but Jared managed to clean up. That just basically opened him up for it. The missiles going to slow the tower down probably for a little bit, but still getting a little bit more of a push in is Terra before going down. So that's a pretty solid push, but not a wipe, which is good for Centopia. They have an opportunity, and they still have that last checkpoint on their side. So it's not all over. They have a chance here to come back, and if that range blaster is going to perform like he did, trying to hold that ramp, I could see this being a bit more even.
They're going to be able to trade out at least in the middle area, 2v2 right now, and that's not bad at all if you're Centopia. It means you're breaking back out, you're getting at least a little bit of ground back, but Zaras has another problem with that, and Terra's able to quickly follow it up on that burst bomb. That was really nice play. Their node just focused this left area and completely use that as their anchoring point. And look at Orion and Terra already up, the brotherly bond that we talked about. Making really quick work of this first checkpoint area.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure to deal with. Jared going down to that bomb was actually huge for Centopia. They have an opportunity. Looking for another here. Doesn't manage to get it because the score came through. It's going to keep that tower moving, but oh yeah, Zaras with the ray. I mean, it's not the greatest ray positioning, but he still manages to pick one up. Bit of a fool there. Oh, gets two? Really? From that? Okay,
wow.
Well, fair enough. 2 and an assist.
And they weren't riding the tower that whole time, but I mean, that's so good for clearing everyone out of the positions that they need to be in and taking down people before they can get their specials off, which is just so important. It seems like they've been outpacing Centopia this entire time, and now they're finally getting back more lead, and Orion is literally all the way in their spawn.
Yeah.
Oh god.
The bane of casuals already in the spawn. Although, to be honest, I don't think it's going to work as well against Centopia, as they do manage to get out. Not in time to stop the tower, though, so that one's going to end relatively quickly for them, and I guess in a painless fashion.
Take it off quick. Take off the band-aid quick.
Yeah,
get into losers. Start going on the run.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they still got another chance. That's a tough match for them second round, right? So
right.
The fact they performed decently well against that, and now they have an opportunity to make a full losers comeback, which, to be honest, they could. They could run through the whole thing, for all we know. So I'm looking forward to seeing them again later on, perhaps even in finals.
Gasp!
That would be an upset. I want to see it. I love that.
They would be upsetting so many teams along the way if we got to see them in finals. That would actually be crazy.
Yeah, no, I love the idea of like teams that are underdogs just outperforming. It's always such a good storyline. It's great to watch, especially when you're casting. And if you get to cast enough of their matches, it's like you can root for them. The chat can root for them. Everybody can root for them. It's a rags to riches.
Yeah, and it's unifying, right? Like people can always get behind that.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, nonetheless, that's our first match already done with. Since this is a best of 3. Well, that round was a best of 3.
It was a best of 3.
Yep, and we'll have another best of 3 next, I believe, and then it's on to best of 5s. Oh, this is 5, is it? Okay. Well, we're going into our next one. We already know our next match. So we can jump the gun with the next match. What it's going to be? We're coming on to Hollow versus WK Revolution, which have a lot of familiar names in them. It's a Seed 4 versus Seed 5 match, and Isabelle is a key member on Hollow. If it's a name people will recognize. She's a solid player, always overperforming, always doing great. And on the other side, classic, looking like some old Splatoon 1 players, a bunch of boomers.
Give me Extermination vibes.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, there's at least, well, Echo wants some old Extermination. I think, was Faulty on Extermination at some point?
I thought he was.
I'm not sure if Faulty was, but he was on the,
No, Volty definitely wasn't, but I thought Watson was.
No, Watson was. Watson and Echo were.
Yeah.
Volty was on a successor team that had a lot of Extermination members. Synapse is the only odd one out on the cast. Probably feeling a bit weird around all of the Germans. but no, that's both some solid looking teams coming out as well. Definitely some newer names in Medi, and Medi being a newer strong player. I recognize, at least being stronger in more recent times. Again, this is coming from a boomer himself, who has absolutely no idea.
Storm Hero is also another player to note on that roster who's been performing very well and playing in pickups with +1 players and performing at a very extremely high level. I'm pretty sure K-Shot, or like a Splattershot player. This is best of 5 though, which is going to be a very different far cry from what we saw last time, especially in the quality of the teams and in the quality of the matches. I'm not expecting to see another 2 quick blowouts. We are going to be on Wahoo World Splat Zones first up, and that is going to be a map that is back and forth.
Oh, I love a bit of that. I love a bit of Wahoo. We can see. I think it's the type of map you'll see a Tetra or just a hyper offensive player just dancing around the entire thing. That central zone, obviously, dead smack in the middle, but a lot of the ways to that zone allow for ridiculous flanks and just bizarre gameplay styles, because you've got, technically on each side you've got 2 funnels into the zone, right? You've got that top left and you've got the right side, and you're coming into the circular zone, and that's mirrored on both sides of the match. But if you manage to get over to the far left to try and flank the enemy team, it can lead to some gameplay. I'm curious what we'll see, because I mean, 2 different schools in it. You got the sort of messy 1v1 fighting, scrapping over the zone, or you have people playing with walls and bubbles and suction bomb rushes and just doing their best to just take the zone and hold it with pure back pressure.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see what we'll see. I'm feeling like Hollow is going to be more of the former, and WK being the latter. So might be a bit of a two different styles versus each other in this match.
I'm excited to see Volti's Carbon, to be honest. I really can't wait for that.
The Volti Carbone.
The Volti Carbon. Because there are not many players that have been sticking with Carbon into these super high levels. Like, I know Omega decided to switch off of it after moving with Good Morning. Not switching off of it completely, but definitely not using it as much. And so because of that, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just because as a weapon, it's like, it's good, but it doesn't fit into comps very well.
Right.
It's very selfish, I think I'd say. It's very selfish. A bit like bit of a selfish, bit of a, yeah, I just seen him in chat. He said he's the last Carbon one trick. Well, you go, Volti. do your best, bud. Live your life. Let nobody paint your path.
Make us proud. Make us proud.
But no, it's a selfish weapon. You're playing for yourself. You're running around the map. You're getting the kills. You're playing for that. You're basically playing to put your team in a 3v3, right?
Right.
And then you're going for more. And I mean, it's a style that works out if you're a talented player. But if you can't get those picks, you're basically just giving your team a disadvantage.
Right, exactly. It can use burst bombs to effectively support people, but like you can't build those auto bomb rushes all that quickly. And like we mentioned earlier, auto bomb rush leaves a little bit to be desired.
Exactly. Yes, it does. But you know, it's you can't just. I guess it's like if I'm looking at bomb rushes, auto bomb rush at least has like this sort of incredibly strong usage, right? It lags other people's games, and that's all you need from it. Just and it annoys people. You know, you're always hearing that beeping as they run towards you with their little duck feet, just running like McDonald's toys.
You know, if you can put it in a choke point and like really cause a lot of explosions in one small area, like it's very good. But like as soon as the autobombs actually start locking onto people and start not being in the position that you want them to be, that's when it becomes an issue, right? And so it's finding that weird balance of like putting it like far enough where it's not gonna lock onto people, but also like it's just so weird, and that like the fact that they walk, right? And you don't know how far they're gonna walk.
That's just weird about. Look, man, that's just so weird. They walk like walking bombs. they are a bit bizarre. They have I mean, to be honest, and this is gonna be another boomer take. I wish we had Seekers. I genuinely wish.
Man.
I thought Seekers were hype. Seekers were hype. They had those little boats. They just go in a straight line, and they at least exploded when you threw them into a wall. So you could still do like a traditional bomb rush if you really needed to.
Do you remember Seeker Rush on Arowana?
Oh my god, going up the little ramp.
Yep.
I'm thinking of Seeker Rush on Piranha Pit. Like there was a way to crash your game if you had 8 people using Seeker Rush in a private battle, and you all lined up on the conveyor belts and used them all at the same time. It would crash the game.
Yo, really?
Yeah, and you'd all pop there. I feel like I think the only weapon that had Seeker Rush was the carbon, right?
Yeah.
So it's like.
The carbon,
Which, again, for the weapon itself, is a terrible combination, but it was functional.
It was hilarious.
Actually, I'm trying to remember. Was the Seeker Rush one the one with the burst bombs?
No, because in Splatoon 1 you only had the sub transferred to the launcher. Like, it matched every time.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's unfortunate. But, I mean, Seeker also worked super well, as we see with curling on V-Roller in this game.
Yeah,
but enough about the last game.
But that was the thing. You used the ninja squid behind it. You used that to get in. That was your cheeky way. But yeah, we are. You're right. We have an actual game to play now. We're going, and we're seeing Medi on the junior. We're seeing K52. Oh no. I forgot Synapse plays that now.
No.
Oh, not the K52. No, I'm kidding. I don't understand the hate. I mean, I get that it's kind of quite a strong weapon, but it's not as strong as
No, it's not like a top 5 weapon, I don't think.
Yeah, we're seeing the junior going down for the German team here as oh my god, Synapse barely getting out with his life. And the zone staying. Well, there's Volti. Look at him go off. He's getting the kills he needs. And
after saving that booyah, able to use it to get Volty in, at the very least a little bit. Jay on this plat has really not been moved out at all, not been pressured one bit. Finally, the Ray comes in, gonna have to dislodge Jay just a touch, but the bomb rush is making it so hard for them to get paint down. Isabel gets caught out by Synapse here, and that's gonna be 2 down for the side of Hollow, and that's not what you want to see.
No, that isn't what you want to see. But Synapse showing us how you can use that sort of pushing into their lower plat basically to add pressure. And I didn't even really think about it, but a Carbon plus a K52 is not the easiest combination to deal with, especially if you're playing Tetris, right? You've got to deal with a 2-hit weapon that has a decent enough fire rate that it basically can just destroy you, and also a Carbon which can provide some pretty strong support. And that wall is gonna make life even harder. I'd say that the Stingray comes out a little bit early there from Hollow, and it's given the opportunity for from WQ Revolution. It's given the opportunity for Hollow to come back in. They have managed to get most of that paid down thanks to that Section Bomb Rush, and it's a bit of a ball.
With the Auto Bomb Rush actually to break back in and get them a little bit of control on the zone, and that ends up working out just fine, which is a very good way to bet on getting back in. LTQ working on this banana, trying to find one, but Betty knew he was there, and that's going to be Echo running for their life, trying to get out of the Stingray and jump back, able to do so successfully, barely. But this is the first time we're going to be able to see Hollow holding it down, trying to keep the members of WQ Revolution off of plat. We're going to see if they can do it. They do have some specials at the ready already to combat the break back in. This Booyah Bomb is going to come out soon, and let's see if they can do it.
Well, they're going to have armor in just a second. We can see Medi is just currently generating that. There you go, the armor drops. The armor drops. It's great for Storm. It's going to make it easier for them to put some pressure on the plat. Yeah, exactly what they needed. They managed to pick up 2. That's a huge double from them. And Medi looking just for that one more, and that's a huge delay, right? They managed to get the lead. They've held down the plat, and it's going to be tough now for WQ Revolution to even get in. In fact, I'm not even sure if they have the time. And then especially not with that bomb. Oh no! But that's what I'm talking about, right? You know, it's a swingy map, and it's all about that control. And if you just let Isabel get in at those corners, you're struggling, right? Yeah, and you're stuck in these situations, and then you have to deal with the sharking Tetra just hiding there, or the bomb spam from a junior just underneath the drop, and it's tough.
You know what's really crazy? That was a super low frag game.
Yeah.
Like, Isabel only had 1 KA, and I don't even know if it was an assist or not. And all of WQ Revolution only had 2 or 3. That's insane to me. The fact that the margin of error was just so low, and they were staying alive that entire time, and each death was that much more impactful, that means.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw a lot, but a lot of the time the retakes were just purely special based, and they were just disconnecting, reconnecting. I think one of the crucial errors that WQ Revolution made was literally Hollow had just thrown all their specials onto zone, recapped it, and they immediately rushed back in to try and take over again with like 1 special on their side, and it just ended up being like it's just a traditional 1v1 fight. And unfortunately for them, that meant that Hollow had the rage advantage. So poor Volty trying to fight head on. And Echo's in the back, and they're basically in a 3v2 on the front line, and if they lose that, then Echo has to jump out, and Volty can't do anything to help. So I think that was literally the only point in the game I think that they had like a proper full wipe fight, and it ended up losing them the game. Yeah.
I also think that Jay held it down super duper well. Like on that plat, just didn't go down, constantly churning up bomb rushes, constantly keeping on pressure, not allowing anyone to get into the plat area. Like that was so impressive to me. But now we have Rainmaker on Sapper Canal, and we're probably not going to see a charger out of the hands of Jay unless he wants to prove me wrong.
He's just in the mood. No, I mean, I guess I kind of expect it from a charger player. You know, they're stubborn. Yeah. They're still playing. If they're still playing charger in this meta, they're stubborn. Sign-ups up for look at the early Tenta missiles. Already got them, of course, because it's Tenta missiles. Early Stingray, early Tenta missiles already coming out. They lose the Rainmaker pop, which is good special charge that they could have had, but they have earned good positioning here. Sign-up's already pushing up. It does get scared off by the charger, but that's given his team mid control.
And with the mid-control, they're able to utilize this left area and try and see if they can clear it. Sinus is pushed up all the way forward, but Medi's able to take him out very quickly and very clutchly. It's not going to be too much work for Volti. Echo diving forward with the Rainmaker and is going to be able to land just above 60. Not a great push on this map, something that can be very easily overcome, and due to the all-out nature of Rainmaker, that's going to leave them in a really bad spot, and everyone has to jump back, and this is total mid-control for Hollow here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a good idea to even go for that push, just due to the special charge buff, I guess. But nonetheless, they've managed to pick up the charge. Volti already managing to get 2 from a pretty good lurk. So it's a 3v2 for them. Specials are online right now for WK, so they're taking the opportunity. The Stingray comes out. Storm trying their best. Does manage to get Sinus, which is a huge pick, and that's going to cause WK to move back again.
Fighting around the Ray and still being able to get that pick is actually huge. And because of that, they're not going to have this Ray for this push that's coming up right now, and that was one of the main ways to stop a super quick push. The Ray's coming out on the side of WK Revolution, Hollow this time, and even though Volti's going to try and make their way forward, not going to be able to do so successfully. That's 2 down on the side of WK Revolution, and they're on this far left spot, and that is not where you want to see the Rainmaker, especially if you get wiped. This is going to be a quick push to at least 40, maybe 30 even, if they can get up the wall in time. Volti's there to at least put a stop to it, but Isabel is already up there and hasn't gone down yet. Volti's trying to make quick work, but not able to find the shots, and Isabel's able to retreat, at least for the time being, and since Jay is still on this charger, anchoring so well, they're going to get jumps in, and this push is still continuing, Toby.
Yeah, that was huge from Isabel. Managing to stay alive there is massive, and managing to pick up signups, so that's huge as well. They've lost 2 in the fight. Ends up drops down, wasn't managing to pick up another. Echo and Wasm coming in from that right side. Volti looking towards that mid control, does manage to get Jay to jump out, which is huge. Mid control completely in control right now of WK, but there's so much green everywhere. They have to spend the time to paint right now. I mean, it's going to give them specials, but you're losing that advantage that you had, that player advantage, and the armor comes out from Hollow to even apply more aggression. And what's up with the counter armor to help? But they're stuck. The Court of Echo is struggling.
Right. And they had that armor, but I think Echo was the one holding the Rainmaker. They had the Stinger, but Echo was the one holding the Rainmaker, so they couldn't use it to counter the Ray. And I think that that's just the wrong call. If you have a Stingray player on the other team, you need to use it to counter the Stingray from the other team. Unfortunately, if Jay goes down, then it's really not, my point is moot anyways. That's going to be huge going down on the side of Hollow. And WK Revolution has a really good chance to push his Rainmaker. Here comes the Stingray, and they have the path cleared almost all the way. If Volti can get this bomb rush up onto the grading area, it could be really huge. Isabel goes down, but Eddie's able to at least stuff them out with bombs, and they're able to use the paint and the missiles to get everyone down and submitted for now. That was a great shot by Jay.
Yeah, huge pick. That could have allowed for more jump in, but I think they're gonna be a bit scared of that now, considering Jay managed to get that one. Echo does survive, has the Ray, back it off, just wants to hold that, just wants to hold the positioning. Jay doesn't like that. He's trying to peek Echo aggressively from the mid. They get the pop again, which is more special points for them. But not that they really need it. Ray comes out early. He's looking for Jay. I think he just wants to, he wants to pick him up, but he's gonna jump out to stay safe. Bit of a wasted Ray. So sort of a neutral state right now for the match.
Storm Hero ends up trading out with Jared. Both of those missile players going down, and it's going to be this armor trying to get Volti in, trying to make way for this Rainmaker, because if they can get it up to this area on the street, then it's going to be huge. But unfortunately, the two of them go down together, and Synapse are just left alone trying to fend off. They do end up finding one, and Echo does have a Ray and jumps. This could be the last chance that they need to get this Rainmaker forward. The street is looking like it's a one-way shot, but Jay's at the ready. Storm Hero ends up going down to this Rainmaker shot, but the Ray comes out just in time. Watson's gonna have to
wait, what's
all the way to the left. No! Up the block, but that's not enough points.
Wait, there's still
down. You could pop, and but people are jumping for the Rainmaker. Ulti's trying to paint the way around it. Echo ends up making another wall.
Right at the end, he nearly had that. He nearly had that.
He so had that. But the good nerves of steel from Hollow to hold it down and take that game 2 by the skin of their teeth.
No push is safe on this map.
No push
is safe on this map. That was insane. Like they were coming around. They had the block, right? But Medi was stopping them from getting up. Echo still managed to pick up the Rainmaker, but like as you slow it down, I think J managed to get the final shot, and just pick up Wasm. Echo got picked off, and Wasm got picked off, but he picked up the Rainmaker. And they popped that so fast, by the way, insanely fast. Basically an immediate pop on that Rainmaker to pick it up at like a second left. Got up the thing, and they just needed to go like an inch forward.
It's not over until it's over, am I right? Like, I was not expecting that quick pop. I thought once it was done, it was done. I thought once that Ray is out, it was done, but that's high level play for you. Anything can happen.
No, that was solid. That didn't expect that last push coming out. Well, nonetheless, we have another map to go on to. This is a best of 5, and there's still an opportunity for the reverse sweep. I mean, both these games have been close. They haven't been easy games for either team. So we have an opportunity on Tar Control Manta Maria, the best map in the game. It's the stingrayiest map in the game. The Tentamicelliest map in the game. I don't know.
I was gonna say it's better for double missile for anything.
Yeah, it's just a special spam map, you know.
Very.
But I think there's benefits. I think this benefits WK because you know you got Echo on that. Echo and Jay on, if they're both on that charger. If Echo decides to play charger, I mean, look, I've got memories of a time, you know, memories of a time of Echo on that charger, it's absolutely demolishing people. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. But I would have them in favor for this one.
I do too. I want to see Watsum on something like a slosher. Not gonna see it, but Synapse using that wall is going to be very, very key. We do see Jay actually switching off of the charger, not being stubborn, and instead playing into the quad shooter meta.
Is that the Vanilla Jet? The best weapon in the game? I love
the best weapon in the game.
From both sides, I love to see it. Vanilla Jet Squatcher coming out. Vanilla Jet Revolution. That's better than the Bambi Revolution. Just for that missile spam, really, isn't it? And I mean, it's an early start from Hollow, but Isabel looking for a pick, but gets scared off pretty much immediately. Not really getting much. It's just been kind of poking. Like they have the tower, but nobody's dying.
But that poking is keeping people off of that bunker wall, and because of that, Storm Hero was able to get up left here, trying to use that Inkjet to make something happen, but not going to find anyone before Volty's able to camp the jump. And though Isabel's over here dancing, going to get stuffed out by that burst bomb. And this is not looking great, especially if you're on the side of Hollow, because you don't have too many specials that can break back in, unless you get that armor charge very, very quickly in the missiles as well, but they just got used. This armor is going to lead them to a lead very quickly, but finally the armor comes online, and that's the whole team almost going down, and it is the full wipe for Hollow, and look at how quickly they're up into this position.
Yeah, I mean, Isabel basically dropped in, said, I don't need specials, and just killed like 2 members. And then the armor comes in, it's like, oh yeah, now I need special. And a little bit of help just to finish this off. And yeah, that's going to be Hollow with a pretty strong positioning. They have another 2 picks, so they're going to be able to get to that second checkpoint. You can see Wadsum and Volty on the wall, waiting for it to come closer so they can just prey on whoever's on tower. The poor soul, who can't do anything to fight back. Volty getting a bit aggressive, does manage to get one off of that, which is honestly pretty impressive, especially considering that's carbon on the grades. Isabel looking for another flank, but not quite finding anything quite yet.
I was thinking it's really important how Hollow kind of held off on that tower push. You know, like while the people were waiting in street, they had the awareness to just say, okay, we don't need to just brainlessly ride this tower, right? I think that's a difference that I see in a lot of like lower level versus high level gameplay is they know when to pump the brakes. And that's really important. But pumping the brakes here, Storm needs to as well, if not fall into the shots of Synapse, and that is going to lead them probably to a lead on this push. You're getting all the way in the street and getting up in this top left area. Watsum's trying to fend off and keep people back with these bombs and with these shots. They're not going to be able to do so successfully. They're going to be able to crowd the tower, at least for the time being, but that's a second checkpoint broken, and that's really bad if you're on the side of Hollow.
Yeah, that second checkpoint, one of the hardest to break because it's just in such an annoying place. It's just that it's right tucked into the corner on a place where you can get peeked from like 4 angles. So real trouble, and they managed to get past there just about. So Hollow Down managing to get the pick of Volty, losing Isabel in the process, but that's both the flankers gone. There's still an opportunity. They have the armor jet on deck. I think they can see that coming already. Yeah, from a mile away, you knew that was gonna hit. Storm picking up one. Look for the second, gets the assist. Look for the third, doesn't quite get Echo, and that's all they needed. All they needed for the checkpoint.
And even though it's telegraphed, it's still so strong. I really do think that people underrated how powerful Inkling can be, especially on maps like this where you have the elevation. Isabel diving and trying to get the splash down, not going to land it. Echo's there, but we do see Storm Hero trying to make room with this armor, and that's going to be down to the third checkpoint, and a bunch of chaos being thrown in the base of WK Revolution. This is their last stand. They need this tower right now, and Sinus is able to at least find 2. Echo's still up there trying to cause some havoc, but Jay is able to at least back off and get in some jumps, and this could be really bad if you're on the side of WK. They need to just hold it down, but the missiles come in, the jumps come in, and they need to get this defense up now. Hollow ends up going one down. Storm Hero not able to find anything, and this is WK Revolution getting back into the map with 1 minute left to get this push.
But their paint control is atrocious right now. They need to put some effort. They need to put some paint down. They're struggling with that. They have the special on deck. I mean, at this point, just spam your specials, get some more paint, and go again. Isabel, huge pick, needs to come out here from a. Oh no, and that's not it. That's not what you wanted. Synapse now in a better position, manages to get a second. Looking for the third. That's the third. That's a huge wipe for WK Revolution. They've got the opportunity. They've got the power. They can do this. No
specials.
No, they have specials online, they have armor, they have Booyah Bomb, and they've got missiles, and Volty's got this amazing special too, you know, he's trying his best. Booyah Bomb comes in, gets straight on the wall, you know, that's tactical. He's looking for Isabel, he's looking for Isabel being sat on that wall to stop him from getting that checkpoint. It's not the case. Silence, huge push, manages to get up here. This is do or die for them. They get the 21, they lose 2 members. That's nothing. That you can't have that, and I think this might be it. There's only 1 member left on the tower. It's just Volty, and yeah, nothing they can do to bring that one back after that.
Wow. That was so good, though. They had so many opportunities, but I think they just got a little bit gung-ho. They weren't watching the tower. They were trying to get up on this mast, trying to make sure they can get into those positions since they had just burned their specials. They needed to stagger their specials just a little bit more so that they could cause a little bit more havoc and butt them out of those high elevation areas when they got down into the pit area so they could keep going. But that's just so hard to do, especially when you have everything online. You think you can get the picks, but just a slight positioning difference made all of the difference. It was such a good game.
Yeah, they had an opportunity there at the end, definitely. I mean, I think the Booyah Bomb was the right play. They cleared out one of the areas that you just know you're going to get jumped out from, which was huge. But yeah, I think like you said, they pushed that mast a bit too hard. Didn't focus on didn't focus on the tower, and ended up losing 2 of their members ridiculously fast. And yeah, it was 2v4 in the enemy team's underneath that mast in the enemy team's base is not an ideal situation, especially if you have to push past push basically all the way through the checkpoint to get that lead. So tough one from them, but a good game nonetheless. Both games incredibly close, and I'm hoping, and I'm sure we'll see WK Revolution later on in the tournament.
100%. No, they are going to be back. They are going to be back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I want to see the rematch. I see the rematch.
I want to see a rematch.
Losers finals, you know, losers finals. I want to see that. I'll see that on the Dora Matcast. We'll see the loser finals. Okay. Well, nonetheless, I think we're going back to Perfect Catch.
Yes, I believe that the next match we have up is a name that I can't pronounce that I don't want to hurt people's feelings by pronouncing that wrong, but it's Haarige Hinterlandler?
I don't know. I felt like I sound like an idiot, like Haarige Hinterlandler. I don't know how to say the A. I got to recall all the Finnish training that Nike's done for me, you know? It drills it into your head, you know. Go get that. No, I know nothing. I got no idea. But it's gonna be Sendu's team versus Terra's team.
Sendo? Wait, no, Sendo's not on this roster.
Oh, is this not Sendu? Oh wait, Sendu's on a different team. Oh, okay.
Haarige Hinterlandler is Toyben.
Thank you.
Phoenix.
Wait, why do they have a Finnish name? No, whatever, you know.
I don't think it's. I'm not gonna pretend like I know. I'm from across the lake.
I'm gonna Google Translate it.
I am from across the lake. I don't know these things, but what I do know is that Phoenix and Storm and Toyben are very strong players that have been doing incredibly well recently.
Ugh. Sorry, it's a gross name. It's not. They're called Hairy Outbacks. That's so nasty. What a name. Oh god, leave it down to them, huh? Ugh. I don't like that.
Looking at this team for I've been seeing them around a bunch. I didn't know what it meant for the longest time. For the longest time, I didn't know. That's so funny.
That's nasty. I remember there was a French team who were called Snowball, but like their name was like it looked like something dirty, and I had to translate it for a tournament into English because I thought it was a dirty name and I didn't want to put it on stream. Something Le Boules or something like that, and I was like, oh my god, you can't have that as a name. But it was something. It was actually a really nice name. It just had a word that could be used in a negative way in it. But anyway, we've completely
we digress.
Completely distracted. We have a match, a good match to watch. Like we said before, Perfect Catch versus Hairy Outbacks. So you were saying that Hairy Outbacks been in a lot of tournaments recently.
Oh yeah, plenty. They've been trying to show up for things like Squid Boards, as many European tournaments as they can, and they've been doing very well, like at that upper echelon.
Oh, good.
And so because of that, we're going to see players like Toyben, like Phoenix, who are the standout stars of this roster, really putting in some effort as we see the ballpoint come alive for Hairy Outbacks.
Oh my god, Storm on the ballpoint? Is it 2017?
It's 2017.
Ballpoint never? I mean, it's still a good weapon. It's not as good as it used to be. Some people always say it's bad now, which is a fat lie. Anyway, 2 down on the side of, 3 down, almost a full wipe for Hairy Outbacks, and it's looking like Perfect Catch is starting this one out with a bang on the splat zones. Jared already in the back for them, putting on that pressure.
But you see, they kind of backed up here. They haven't stuck to that positioning quite yet, and they're going to allow Centopia to get some specials on the ready. See the armor coming alive, and this could be a very big push. They need to deal with Orion right now. Got some shots in, but I don't think it was quite enough to deal with them properly. And now they're going to be dancing on the left side, and Maxim goes for a swim, and that's Toyben going down to Orion as well. They really needed to deal with those Tetras earlier rather than now. And because of that, they had the armor at the ready to counter that push, and that was all that they needed. This is 2 specials on line, and a lot of work that needs to be done if you're on the side of Hairy Outbacks.
Yeah, and I mean, they've managed to get back there. Oh no, that Stingray's huge there. Why'd you do that to him? Taking out the ballpoint. That's, I mean, Toyben managed to get 2. Maxim managed to get another. So, in fact, that's a full wipe. That was huge. Doing the work for the team, managing to get that one back. 22 was the push that they made it down to, which is a pretty strong push on Piranha. But at least an opportunity here for Hairy Outbacks. They managed to shut that down, that 0 to 100, and get some points on the board.
That's all that they need, right? Like, if you can at least get the bleeding stopped, then you can sit back, try and just play your game, play your style, and not have to worry too much about the zones. For the time being, they're able to play this sort of passive style. They're not really too worried about giving up too much space on the zone, and because of that, they're able to take these fights, like we see over here with Maxim, able to get down Terra and a couple others, and that's the zone going back in the favor of Hairy Outbacks, and this is still a stand. They've still got the beacons up at the ready to help people get jumped in, and Storm is able to fend off 2 here, all by themselves, and is able to help out and take down Jared in the zone. That's massive, and they still haven't lost control yet. This is really, really big, and look at how the specials are coming online soon for Hairy Outbacks. Here comes the armor, here comes the rain, and this could be everything. The armor's able to help them out, defend from that Stingray, and they've got good positioning. Here comes the armor, though, from Perfect Catch, and this could be way back in. The 2 going down, though. Orion not able to stay alive, and now there's Jared. They're just falling into the hands of Hairy Outbacks. And look at the marks. They got everyone's number. Toby, what is going on?
Well, I was gonna say it was a war of attrition from Hairy Outbacks, but they managed to win it. Like they're just basically just fighting them at every opportunity. Make sure they have that one zone and fight only on their terms every time. Zeraz's Rays have managed to get picks, but they haven't been able to get anything else off of it. Unfortunately, Hairy Outbacks have lost most of their members now, but that took like 3 minutes and another 20 points on the zone for Perfect Catch to even get back in. And I mean, to be honest, I think that's kind of a good mental thing for Harry Outbacks. Now they're not as scared. They know they can fight them. You know, like sometimes you see players that like have a legendary stat, and you get a bit worried. And these guys definitely not. And I think that practice is showing up here as they enact their game plan.
Yeah, you could tell the confidence is just so much better than what we saw at the start of the match. Look at how confident these guys are taking these fights. Even though Jared is able to find that one, like the amount of pressure that they've been able to put on. Look at how Echo was getting taken down just when they were about to get Stingray. And now the penalty is finally gone. They need to try and keep this zone, though. They need to try and get the lead here instead of just letting the time wind down. They need to be zoners. They're finally coming back in. We do see the bombers. We see the Stingray online. The armor is going to get popped, and this could be the lead if they could stick it out for just a little bit longer. They need to have a bit more forward of a position, though.
Huge there for Storm surviving that. Actually dies to the missiles, but did survive that Ray, which was massive. Okay. Oh, for a second there, I thought Phoenix had the angle. He had the angle on Zaraz, Jared, and Orion, but only managed to get just the one of them. As Perfect Catch managed to take back the zone, but that's down to 44. They're working their way closer and closer, and because of the size of that deficit for Perfect Catch, they haven't got any points since the first minute of the game. So. And as we're saying, like, here they come again, you know? Harry Outback's just pushing straight back in. They lose all their members, unfortunately, but I think they'll have one more opportunity to make a push if Toyo Ben takes it by late. He does get the trade, which is huge, but armor coming out now for Perfect Catch, which is going to be huge for Denial. They managed to get another pick. 2 seconds left on the clock, and no, unfortunately, Harry Outback's not managing to get back in. But they managed to crawl back, crawl out of a huge pit to get most of their points back and reduce that difference between the two scores over like the majority length of the game.
I think that crawling and clawing is the best way to describe it, because they, for all intents and purposes, were down and out, and somehow they hung on for dear life. That was impressive, to say the very least. And this could be a very different set if the map modes go in the favor of the Harry Outbacks. And considering what we've seen of their roster, considering the maps that we have ahead of us, TC Sturgeon, Anchovy Games, Rainmaker on Blackbelly, like, we can definitely see this go a very different way on some of these map modes.
You know, I fully agree with you. I mean, if Harry Outbacks were playing like they did that whole game in the first 30 seconds of that game, then they could easily have been in the lead for a lot. They could have won that. Yeah. It was just a little bit of bad play at the start that basically just doomed them to have to struggle uphill the rest of the time. And going into a tower control on a Sturgeon shipyard, I wouldn't say it benefits their playstyle more. I actually think this would be a tougher match for them, but I'm hoping that because they managed to bring themselves back together at the very basically about a minute into the first match, they might have a stronger coming out of the gate type thing going on this map, and it might help them in the long run. However, like I said, I feel like this map mode combo is much better for Orion and Terra than Orion and Terra's Perfect Catch than it is for Harry Outbacks.
Well, we can theorycraft all we want. Let's see what the teams come out with. We do see Storm sticking to that Splatling, reminiscent of a certain European Splatling main that I know I once knew on a blue moon. We do see Zera's on the Jet Squelcher, though, going to be putting out those missiles pretty consistently, and it's going to be an interesting fight. Jared's on the K-Gal this time as well, trying to use that Booyah Bomb instead of the missiles.
Yeah, Storm already doing what a Heavy Remix does, which is, I don't know, whatever a Heavy Remix does. I don't know what Heavy Remix does, you know, it's just bad weapon.
Usually.
Yeah, but Heavy's a bad weapon, it's just the worst Jet Squelcher. Just my bias coming through. Anyway, nonetheless, look, I mean, Perfect Catch managing to, they lose 2 members, but they managed to at least get some points on the board as Harry Outbacks do take mid control. Oh, that was a huge
the missiles.
Oh, that was huge. Phoenix, a little bit emboldened by this, goes for the third, manages to get it. It's just Orion left. Doesn't manage to get the trade, but I don't think they're going to have the best time against the Heavy and a whole team. Having to back off here after being point sensitive. Actually thinking maybe the Heavy play, the Heavy Remix play was kind of 5-head, because using those point sensors on Orion is going to be trouble.
Yeah, exactly. People underestimate point sensors at least a little bit. You know, like the mental shift that it can have when you're marked is actually really important. If you can play around that, it's very good. Maxim going for a splash out here, trying to at least cause some havoc, trying to wait for jumps to get back in. They're going to be continuing to push his power, but I think they realize Orion's over here, going to get picked off his Toy event, and Storm's at least take it down for the time being. But weak and Misted, going to try and pop the 3 of them to stay alive. Might be able to find one with it, maybe be able to find 2, and all of a sudden, we see the heavy remix coming alive. I don't want to hear any remix slander anymore out of you. This is a great pick for this map mode, and quite honestly, the composition that Harry Outbacks have come up with is precise and very oppressive.
Exactly what they needed in this situation. Now, I will say that just a Booyah Bomb is not a heavy remix, but it still was great play. I mean, Storm was popping that Booyah to defend the jumps, right? And it was just a bit too much over aggression coming from Perfect Catch, trying to pick up those last couple, basically clean up the push that got them killed and it got them turned on their head, and made for a 39 push, which is just, a troublesome push to deal with considering the size of the checkpoints on this map. Storm holding it down here on that first checkpoint. Oh my god, jumps into the auto bombs. Suicide by Chicken. Not much you can say about that one. They're still cleaning up though, and they have an opportunity for another push.
It doesn't look like they have quite the presence that they need to. This armor might be able to get them in at least for a small bit, but Maxim's using these gradings so perfectly. I think they're using a run speed build with the Slosher as well is really important. Able to get out another Armor's Terra to at least get them through this first checkpoint, but they need to be able to take down this heavy remix that has been anchoring so well. Maxim's finally back up, and although jumps are coming in to the mid, they've got a lot of green to go through still.
Starting to feel like all these quad shooter builds are starting to forget that a long range weapon is still scary. Everybody might be playing quad shooter, but once you go up against that heavy remix or that charger, it's you forget that losing your range does come with things that aren't good. That being said, honestly, to be honest, I didn't see that lead coming out of Perfect Catch, but they did manage to get it. Didn't quite get to the checkpoint, which is great for Harry Outbacks, but kind of just a sleeper push. They didn't really have to fight for it. It almost felt like Harry Outbacks just gave it to them for the sake of just cleaning up, like having a clean set kills.
Yeah, you and they were able to get the full wipe because of it and try and set up for this next push, because, Surge is one of those maps where not a lot of pushes are safe, especially if you can get the final word that's really, really good. They do dive off of this tower, Storm ends up going down, but there's 2 down on the side of Perfect Catch, and that make that 3, it's only Zera's up, and this could easily be the push that they need to get back the lead. Toribin's on the tower, Maxim's able to splash down, but it's still not quite enough. Storm's able to get on for a little bit of time, but that's not going to be at 1 point meme. And they're not able to get the lead off of that push. They got in a little bit too far.
Alright, and they're doing a really good job distracting the rest of his team. Respawned and came in, and that's again, it's just hard to fight against something like this. Sarah's doing a pretty good job at as well at providing that pressure. The armor is on, maybe popped a little bit too early, but kind of understandable if they're just trying to get the picks to stop the overtime push coming. Sort of. He's feathering the throttle. He's just waiting. He's waiting for it to come to him. Unfortunately, that doesn't really matter if the rest of your team goes down, as Orion and Zera's are both down. Maxim looking for the third, manages to get Jared. That is a huge pick. Oh no, and down to the bomb. Terra. Oh, okay. He's jumping out. He's staying safe.
Wow, almost got cut out there.
Yeah, really close. Booyah Bomb is to the ready. Storm's going to want to pop that, but he needs someone on the checkpoint when he does. He's got someone. Someone needs to get on that tower. Max needs to get on that tower. Booyah Bomb comes out. It's a little bit off kilter, and the counter one comes in. Unfortunately, Storm can't get on the tower in time as the second game goes to Perfect Catch.
Oh, and maybe holding that Booyah Bomb just a little bit longer to at least coincide with the enemies might have been worth it, but they wanted to get that checkpoint then. Oh, that was such a tough timing, but Toyban and Maxim not staying alive there, as well as Phoenix ending up going down as well to just like a little bit of chip damage. That was so close.
Yeah, really good match there. And again, like we keep saying, Harry Outbacks, they might be the lower seed in this pairing, but they are definitely, you can see the practice, and you can see the effort, and you can see everything that's coming through with these guys, because goddamn. Because they are showing up right now. They're doing their bits. They're doing their bit to put on that pressure, and you You can definitely see that with every time within both the maps that we've watched.
I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Like I know that these players were capable of taking good teams to the brink, but I didn't think it was quite like this.
Wow. Nonetheless, we're going into I think it's the first Clan Blitz mode of the day. For us at least. First Clan Blitz mode of the day on Mako Mart. An interesting one, but if I'm honest, again, I actually put this in for hairy outbacks for me. I think actually, I was gonna say, I changed my mind halfway through that sentence. I was gonna say, oh, perfect catches map, but actually, I think this might be a hairy outbacks, especially if they're gonna have that remix again.
The remix could do really well as well. I mean, they could also go for a heavy deco. I've seen heavy deco plays go hard on this map. I don't expect it, but I could see it. The other thing you have to think about is, okay, what is Maxim going to be using? Because the sloshing machine could also be just like sloshing machine cheats here.
Yeah,
it just doesn't feel unfair at all. So it depends on if Tara's going to be using something like a 10 umbrella or is going to be sticking with armor. It depends on if Jared's going to be going really balls to the wall with something like a K-Gal, or if they're going to opt for a missile spammy kind of build.
I'm curious to see what's going to come out, really.
I'm very curious. If we see a less aggressive perfect catch comp, I think that Harry Apex might take this.
Yeah, I'm looking for range. I'm looking for maximum on the slush machine. I'm looking for a remix or a heavy deco. To be honest, I don't like heavy deco, but that might be again my boomer attitude coming through. But yeah, a bit of a woomer. But we do see the heavy remix, which is preferred for me, I think, and a Squiffer coming out from the so a bit of hyper aggression. I think that's looking like some hyper aggression to me. They're looking to close this one out fast.
And I don't know if Harry Apex are going to be able to hold on to this one. We do see Terra end up going down early on with this right side push. This Tri-Slosher going hard on this stack, but Squiffer ends up picking it off. Zeras is going all the way forward with this baller in hand, able to use that as a safety net, and is able to pick off Storm, and probably Phoenix too. This baller comes alive, and though the Bomb Rush is out and able to shred it, that's a really good trade of specials. This Splash ends up going down on the side of Perfect Catch, and maybe Phoenix can cause some disruption here, but it's such a bloodbath right now that nobody's able to find anything cleanly. It's Harry Apex that comes out on top.
Yeah, just about. I mean, it's still a bit of a neutral even fight. They don't have much plans. They have 10, but not a ball. So there's not much going on in the way of push. Zara's huge pick. That is a huge pick. That is a massive one. As you can see, immediately they spring into action. Zara's does get picked off by Phoenix. Actually, this is going on their heads. They get that one pick on that heavy remix, thinking, oh, you know what? Now we bowl over them. But Harry Outback's managing to come back from that. Jared also has something to say about it, but I think this just returns it back to neutral.
Forgot that Swiffer with this much MPU can actually outrange heavy Splatling, and I think that Zeros knew that going in, and I think that Zeros played for that specifically, and because of that is able to pick off players like Turban there and like Phoenix, and that's going to net them probably a push where they can get these clams, but everyone's been going down so much that nobody's been able to hold on to these clams for long. Not able to spot out Phoenix right here. It's gonna be a tough fight for this stack. This Bomb Rush is up, and it's going to be able to use it defensively. It's gonna be 3 on either side, and there's a power clam up, but oh, it's totally been able to go in with the Slosher and able to pick people off, and again we reset to neutral.
This game has just been all neutral. Okay, 3 down again. There's an opportunity. They have the clams this time. Okay, Phoenix managing to finally score some, and it's Harry Outbacks with the first score after 2 minutes of the game already gone by. Jared looking for more picks. They don't know he's behind them.
Where are the callouts? Where are the callouts?
And
they were doing so well. They were doing so well with like backing off from that push, like not overextending too hard, and then just one breach in the defense is all they needed.
Look at that. That was brutal. And as you can see, immediately springing into action. Zara's not managing to get the ball up and through, so that was a huge pick there. Orion's still up on the top left, on their upper flat. Just applying pressure. Just got the bomb rush out. I mean, I assume he's using this one just so he can have more ink for rolls, but he is using his little auto bomb chicken. He's doing what he can, and map control distinctly in favor of Perfect Catch for now.
So it's coming back around, and again, they didn't get this push off, which is kind of what they needed here. 2 minutes left, and, you know, any big push can happen at any point on this map in particular, but they want this pressure to get off of them. You know, that objective pressure is kind of important. They're backing up with the baller here, instead of trying to rely on this armor to stay safe, and the specials are going to come online for Harry Outbacks now. One going down on the other side. This might be the fight that they needed. Look at how green this map is becoming, and Orion looks overextended. Zerus ends up going down as well, and it's Maxim on this Slosher that's able to do so much work. And they might be able to get a push off of this. They need one claim. They're trying to pass. They're trying to toss. They're able to do so. And that's going to be a huge push if they can get all these extensions from Maxim. Not going down.
No, unfortunately, it was a wipe for the push. But I feel that both their pushes have been all wipes after they've managed to get those in. But the positioning, as you can see, immediately again from Perfect Catch, going for that top left control, going for as much map control as they can get. Zaraz using that range to their advantage, and the baller safe escape. Because look, Toyban can't do anything when he gets in that baller. If he doesn't have bombs, he can't do anything. Although I think, honestly, Zaraz, a bit overextending there, buddy, because you trying to take a fight, which you probably shouldn't. Does go down for that one. Doesn't matter though, because Terra, Jared, and Orion picking up every other member on the team and keeping that control for Perfect Catch.
That is the lead that's going to go down, though. That is major unfortunate, but a power clam and maybe 2 or 3 more clams is all they need to get back this lead. 30 seconds left. It's going to be a race against the clock and a race against those special timings if they want this push to go their way. They do have the positioning for it, but if Jared is able to jump on Maxim here, and he does, and that's going to be able to net them way back into this game. Look at Storm 2! That's not what you want to see! They're backing up so far, they can't be doing this, and they're going to lose the power clam. They do have one as a pity, as a reserve, but if they end up scoring after this goes to overtime, it's going to be bad news.
Wait, they scored a bit too early. Okay, well, if they can manage to take down Jared and stop this power clamp, no, they're not going to be able to do anything about that. The ball of protecting Terra as he comes in just to get that secret, that last little clam score. And that's going to close that one up. Perfect Catch doing I mean, it was a close match all the way through, but a pretty decent job of 3-0, but it was close though.
Close 3-0.
Close 3-0. Huge from them. Love to see that. And I think that's pretty much concluded the top half of the bracket for us.
I think that's going to be it for us on the mic for now. Although this was a great time commentating, a great time doing things with you, Dragonudo. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yes, thanks for having me. I mean, I haven't commentated in ages, and it was nice commentating with someone else. Honestly, it was just nice being on watching some Splatoon again. I mean, I haven't played the game in a year. I haven't watched the game in a year. yeah. I've been just loitering on the outskirts, and it's tough. It's tough seeing all these strong players and not playing the game myself. But hopefully everybody's back for Splatoon 3 and we can have some big teams, big tournaments and huge teams. Nonetheless, I think we are passing this off now. I'm not sure we're going to have a break or anything, but we're going to be passing this one off to Duracell and Matthew for the final sets.
Where can the people find you, Dragonudo?
They can find me at Dragonudo. Just use my name. Just use my name. I'm glad I have that one. Use my name. And where can they find you, Abel?
You can find me at magic_octo on Twitter and TikTok if you're of the younger generation.
Of the TikTok? Oh, look at this Zoomer. up on his medias, trying to posting his TikToks. I love to see it. Okay. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the King of the Castle Area Cup Qualifier stream. Today, you're going to be joined by me, the Duracell_DOC, and next match, winners finals. Isn't that right?
It is absolutely right. And yeah, from what we've seen, all the matches so far have been pretty close. So I really can't wait to see how this tournament actually finishes.
Okay. I want to say all. I look at the bracket, and it's pretty much all 3-0 or 2-1. But the matches that were close are really interesting.
Yeah,
I'd say. Like, if you look at the the close matches, like the Haarige hit. Can you pronounce that name, Dura? Because I can't.
Haarige.
Okay.
Hinterlandler.
Who won 3-2 over I Love Oranges, and of course the match that just happened for this one, Alliance Rogue vs Hollow, another 3-2. So some like kind of big matches against like these +2 to +1 top level teams. You know, making it pretty interesting. And now it's gonna be winners finals against Alliance Rogue and Perfect Catch, and I think this is gonna be a really interesting match. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, it definitely will.
I was gonna say, for those of you that don't know, Scar previously went by Urza, so just you know, double checking, but we're gonna refer to them as Scar throughout the tournament.
You gotta be in concordance with what's in your screen or on your screen.
Exactly. Are we calling Xera's I Love Jared?
No.
Okay.
He changed his name. I'm pretty sure he did, from what I've seen so far in the tournaments.
Cool.
So yeah, that's pretty nice, pretty thoughtful of him.
Do you know what map we're going on? Or is it one of the two picks? Because I know we're doing counter picks.
We are doing counter picks, but first map will be Zone's Sturgeon. In fact, so yeah, classic map, I'd say.
Yeah.
And I think everyone is familiar with this map. Not much to say. Really long zone down the middle.
Yeah.
Kind of a bridgy situation.
The biggest thing about this map is the massive kind of drop area outside your spawn. Like, that you can push up really far after capping zone, you know? It's not really like a Mako Mart where, yeah, you can push up a bit after capping zone, but you're still pretty close. You know, there's a lot of space in between zone and spawn. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see if, you know, because I feel like if you could able to push up, get on like the opponent's snipe and kind of paint that area, it can be so hard to push back in. So,
yeah.
If either team can get good control of that and get any important player up on that snipe, you know, especially potentially Xera's for the side of Perfect Catch, if you get him up off the enemy snipe just looking at your spawn, that can be terrifying.
I was just about to say, I wanted to talk a bit about the team comps that we're going to see today. I'd say that I'm sorry, I wanted to call them Bravo Team, but Perfect Catch, that is their name. I want to say that Perfect Catch do have the upper hand when it comes to range, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, what are they going to have? Like, so Jared, I don't even know what Jared plays nowadays, but you've got Terra on some sort of support, Orion Tetra, and then Charger. So, I mean, the Charger already gives you a massive range advantage in the first place, because Alliance Rogue don't have one. What do you think Jared will be on, or have you already seen that today?
I think Jared is just generally on shooters like K-Shot, that kind of thing. And Xera's has actually been favoring the C-Jet nowadays and the V-Jet.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that helps with Tetra more as well. I feel like if you get the chip damage from long range and just get some missile spam and just like spam raise, I think that's actually really nice for Tetra. Anyway, going into it, we are going to see the Charger pick. That is going to be supported with the K-Shot and the Zap. On the other side, we're going to have that K-52 Gal, N-Zap, K-Shot, and the Neo Splash. So very short range comp for Alliance Rogue.
Yeah, very short range, but it is what Alliance Rogue does. They kind of just pick a target, jump on them, and from my memory, they play very meticulously.
Yeah, I would say that too. Abito now in zone just gets 2 with the K-Shot. Weapon that we don't see often from him, but obviously putting in good work early on. Already got his first missiles, and that's going to be Alliance Rogue taking the control that they're going to need. So, you know, urgently, because if they don't take control of this zone and area in general, I feel like it's definitely could be a challenge for them to get back in, and they actually do already drop Kiva, and that's going to be 4 people still alive on the side, but actually Orion does get picked up by a Beto, who's now going to be pushing up and trying to see if he can find any more, potentially trying to look this fight for Jared, but actually going to be turning around to the zone, doesn't want to lose control so far. The armor being popped by Grey, so this is a nice opportunity for Alliance Rogue to start pushing up and trying to find something, and nice from Scar, pushing up, getting 2 with that K52, and yeah, this is, look at all this control from Alliance Rogue. This is exactly what I said, you know, you get the control, you can just move into their spawn, especially with this 4-shooter comp.
Yeah, Scar here on the top right of the map, holding that Booyah. And it's so safe for him to just pressure their team with that Booyah and instantly jump back to mid to assist the team in this defense. We see the chicken rush getting popped by Orion there, but Kiva responding with his zone bomb rush to defend the zone. Only 8 ticks left on the map. They really desperately need to cap the zone, and with 2 down, they might just be able to do that. And there it is, a 2v2 situation in mid, 2v1 now.
That was really nice. That was really nice from Perfect Catch. I feel like the Alliance Rogue were pretty much putting all their attention on sitting at the sides of zone and just painting it. And they kind of like, a few players just went around zone, like kind of a small flank, you know, because Alliance Rogue were so hard on the paint control, they just got taken out and died on zone. That was really nice. And now it's going to be the turn of Perfect Catch defend. They didn't get super far forward as they might want to. And in fact, Orion goes a bit too far and gets picked up. No one there to support him, so Kiva takes him down. And now it's going to be Scar popping that up on the zone. A lot of paint coming out, and Alliance Rogue get the cap. Terra's there sharking, trying to find something. And actually, it's going to be Xera's that gets the snipe, so Terra doesn't even do anything right there. Xera's looking for some more on the right side, but not quite finding it, but it's allowing Jared to kind of put some pressure on as his bomb rush now comes out. Try to recap the zone on the side, Perfect Catch, but Grey does go down, and so does the Beto.
Yeah, a lot of people going down from the side of AR here, giving Perfect Catch a good opportunity to get back into mid, but as I was saying, that Scar did get a pick onto Xera's, and it's up to Jared to defend mid, but unfortunately he cannot do it. Only Terra here on zone getting poked at by Kiva, and this is looking like full control for AR again as Terra jumps out to spawn.
You could argue that trade for Scar was actually integral to allowing them to get back in zone. I feel like if that player was still up, it would have been much harder, even if Scar was still alive. Now Xera's is getting super pressured by these burst bombs and needs to find a pig, but oh, of course he does. That's Kiva going down. Really nicely done. Now the bomb rush is online. There's 4 people alive with Perfect Catch to move in and try to take this from Alliance Rogue. Down goes a Beto. Now it's only going to be Scar and Grey. Scar goes down. That Booyah bomb does find one, but I don't really think it's going to be enough. Only Kiva left alive on the Shark on the left side, so it'll be interesting to see if anyone overextends and gets taken out, but no, Kiva wants to play it safe, back up and wait for his team.
I really want to see Perfect Catch here play for positions essentially and hold their ground better than they maybe have this game, but with Orion being down there, it will be hard, especially with the armor coming out from the side of AR. Scar pushing onto this left side and securing zone along with his teammates bomb rush. And yeah, it's just control back to AR.
Yeah, really fast. I feel like that's the great thing about this 4-shooter comp so far. It's allowing them to just move back in so quickly, and they're playing the tempo they need to. If you don't play a super fast tempo with this 4-shooter comp, you're going to get locked out and lose in a second. But the tempo that AR are playing is perfect for how they need to, but it doesn't matter because it actually turns out the Kiva's gone down now. It's still a 3-3, so it's very winnable. Jared on this side is doing a lot, though. Actually, with support from Orion now, and it's only a Beto left on zone. However, they are the only 2 left alive. It looks like Scar got a flank and took 2 people out. Orion still left alive. Potentially able to find Scar here, but no! Nice dropping down and finding him. Now it's going to be Scar and Grey left on zone, and oh my god, that's a lot. 12 from Scar in 4 minutes of the game. That's really strong thoughts from him already. And going to be pushing up, trying to find more. Actually, in a 2v... Oh, it's 3v1, so does get caught out. And now it's Perfect Catch's turn to push back on zone.
Yeah, there are only 11 ticks left for AR here. Ryan taking the fight on the right side, actually getting it, but not much to assist zone. But maybe if he gets this pick, they can cap, and they have one more chance to win this game. It's a full wipe for AR.
And right there, you saw the reason that Orion loves this light Tetra is because the tech you can do is you use 4 rushes, you pop your bomb rush, you can use another 4 dashes. So that was really nice tech to secure that kill and, you know, keep up the movement, and it could be really catch people off guard, and that's what really allowed him to win that 1v1 there. Now, they can definitely win this. Only 36 left on zone. It's overtime. Scott's got to win this, but he does. It's a 3v3, though. Still anyone's game, but Xera's too far forward. Gets picked up, and now a bomb rush on zone. This is looking really good for AR, and yep, it's going to be the turn. AR take the first game, but I definitely got pretty close at the end there.
Yeah, there is that bomb rush. Actually deadly to overtime in Splat zones. It's So hard to contest that under those circumstances. Really.
Especially the suction rush, because suctions pay like a considerable amount more than splat bombs, especially like when looking at a zone. Like when you look at a zone, the area you need to paint, the suction bombs get like a considerable amount of paint down. But I really like this comp from AR so far. I think it brings a lot of aggression, and the tempo they're playing at, it would get so many team fights. Like I feel like they just got more opportunities to go in and try and take zone than Perfect Catch did, because they were playing at such a high tempo, and they were charging so many specials, and it just like allowed them to do a ton.
Yeah, I think a really key concept here in this match is tempo, right? Because as you're saying, AR plays super fast with that quad shooter composition, and meanwhile, Perfect Catch, what they have is a charger that in and of itself slows them down. And the Tetra that in your head you think, yeah, Tetra is a pretty fast weapon. You're rolling around, but actually the end lag on the rolls can be so hindering for you against a fast comp like AR's.
Yeah, I would argue though that you probably do want to try and play a bit faster tempo if you're playing with Tetra. I would quite like to see Zeros move over to one of the Jet Sculptures, because I do think that'd provide better support for the Tetra, and I think that it'd be more suited to play against, you know, a really fast quad shooter come from AR. We'll have to see what he decides to go for, but I think that would be a good fit. Gray actually moving over to the Rapid Pro here, and Zeros does move over to the Jet Sculpture, so a couple of changes on the side of both teams here, and Abito will be moving over to that Zap rather than the K-Shot. That's going to be in the hands of Scar now, so a few switch rounds, but still pretty core ideals for the comps remaining.
Let's see how it works out for them as we see Orion poking at the zone already. Here, side by side with Jared, but dropping down onto Kipper, trying to get the pick, but as Kipper gets the armor, he also gets the pick and pokes at the two people on the left side. Along with Gray here, another armor getting popped, and they're just fully rotating to mid, confident they can hold the zone.
Yeah, but unfortunately he wasn't going down 2 now, so that's going to be Perfect Catch getting an easy push back into zone. It's only Gray left alive. Gray's going to have to pull off some miracle, but actually 2 go down now. The miracle could be possible. I mean, Rapid Pro on this map can really do a lot and work solo with those walls. Allows a jump to get in for his team, and now potentially could turn this. AR is still looking for more, but Orion is going to be pushing up with that armor. You really don't want to try and fight that, but now the armor's down and it's left a little bit alone here. It's forced to drop down, and now AR can start moving towards zone. Orion going to be looking for that flank underneath, but I think they're aware of that. We'll have to see how that works out. Yeah, people are definitely watching. Armor pops for AR, so they're probably trying to be looking to get to zone as soon as possible. It is going to interfere with that bomb rush, and it does cap, but Kibber goes down, so the man advantage is on the side of Perfect Catch, and it does flip immediately back into their favor. Stingray being popped, people jumping out, Orion taking advantage of that Stingray. They're all going forwards, and that's going to be a really, really nice team fight win for a Perfect Catch.
Kipper already pushing on this right side, probably trying to charge up his special. That is key to pushing back in. Gray already has that armor at the ready to get popped. And there it goes. There's the armor Kipper sneaking onto the right side. But Jared here, maybe on the flank, getting the missiles. And he's right behind one of the opponent's team members. And he does get a kill with the missiles onto Scar. And now rotating back to zone in a 2v3 situation. I don't think they can hold this. There is a jump onto zone. Orion, there he is. But with that bomb rush, he does go down. But it's a bloodbath in mid. And no one is quite capping. But it seems like AR does have the upper hand in this mid fight.
Yeah, AR does take it again. Now, Suction Bomb Rush just does so much for you on zones. It's like, it's not only the pressure of the damage, but also just the pain on the zone. Like, it does so much for you. Orion now getting pressured out from his spot is going to be trying to get some fall-off damage on the left side in a really tricky situation here. We'll have to see if he's able to do anything with it. One go down on both sides. It's going to be a 3v3. Orion still just kind of keeping Kipper away. Even though he's in a tricky situation here, he's definitely keeping Kipper at bay, not letting him fight on zone. Does eventually go down to Gray. We've kind of stalled enough time for his team to then go forwards and do stuff, which is kind of what you want to be doing on Tetra anyway. AR, however, does take control of zone, but now they're in a 3v4. Gray trying to push up and find some chip damage on the opponent's side. He's getting pushed on the zone again by Orion, but does get taken out. The armor is popped, and Alliance Rogue do have a bit of an advantageous situation here. We'll have to see if they can flip the zone back in their control. They're down quite a few ticks right now compared to the side of Perfect Catch, but wow, that's a lot of kills coming through. That's 2 down now. 1 on the right side, so we're going to have to see if Gray is able to catch that, but no, Jared does jump out, but that's fine. They're going to get a lot of control here, but Terra's got a cheeky little shot. Oh no, not Sharky, it was on the low ground. I thought that was a tiny blotch on the high ground. That would have been insane, but no. Waiting on the low, charging armor, and waiting for his team now for the next push.
I do want to say, well, we're still in neutral. Gray on that rapid, applying so much pressure, but now Perfect Catch going in with the armor and the ray. They do get Gray, so no range to contest Orion here, pushing the opponent's plat. Aggressing onto Obito, they are stalling here on the fight. But Ryan still, I was going to say, he's probably backing out, but no, he goes back in, peeking onto Obito, and that is a very delayed kill, but he does get picked off by Gray, who goes back into zone, but he's alone. He can't really contest his pain against the bombs, but maybe with the assistance of Kiver, they can, and they get the pick onto Jared. That's a huge kill, and the entire team of Perfect Catch is forced to back out here.
Yeah, but Kiva does go down on the left side to Orion, and actually that's 2 going down, so they're probably going to try and go back in and cap this. They do have a Chicken Rush online, and so Orion's going to be trying to push up, fighting with that, but no, Gray forcing him back immediately. Chicken Rush is being popped, put on a bit of additional pressure. Armor now coming out for AR, they're going very aggressive. Scar pushing all the way up and finding one. Zeres is now left here with Orion, just trying to stay alive with all that pressure from the Rapid Pro Deco, but is going to stay up. But behind him, there's Scar. He's still around, and he is now on top of Zeres. Zeres needs to go all the way back, but Scar doesn't even try and fight it. Knows he's got control, knows he's pushed them back. Has great control of the zone. There's only 2 left alive on the side of Perfect Catch with 30 seconds remaining. So just maintaining those missiles to pop them now as Kiva's going to push forwards and try and find some pressure with it is really good. Even though they don't get the picks, they're forcing them so far back. Now Zeres needs to find something in this Stingray for his team here as missiles come out too. But unfortunately, nothing's found. The bomb rush is popped by Kiva as they're going to try and put that additional hit on zone. But so far, nothing's been found. Terra just trying to get something, but he can't run into the bombs. Scar's now behind him, trying to find him, and does! Gets the trade, but it's worth it in these last 10 seconds. There's only 3 seconds to try and cap the zone, and it's not going to happen. Alliance Rogue taking the second game as well, and wow, they're just playing really well today.
Yeah, they really are. I was going to say, Scar not being a competitor for so long, but showing that he still has it in him.
Yeah.
Like, not even mechanics, decision-making too. Like, right at the end there, he flanked, he had missiles. And he could either continue the aggression or back out onto zone. That's exactly what he did. He backed out, instantly popped the missiles, scouted out the opponent's positions, and then obviously he shot the missiles. That's free pressure. We all are familiar with missiles in 2022.
No, but honestly, I feel like at the end of Scar's career, but before coming back now, a lot of people were kind of doubting him, like blah, 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 blah. But I actually think that coming back to this team composition and coming back to these teammates has been so great for him because they're playing so aggressive, and I think that suits his style so well. Like, you watch Scar play, such an aggressive player. Just wants to walk all over your backline, take flanks, run in, and take a lot of fights. And when you're playing with this super aggressive 4-shooter / the Rapid Pro coming in their comp, but still, these really aggressive comps, I think that suits his style way more than, playing with some of the slower Charger H3 comps in the old Alliance Rogue days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I'm so surprised by the synergy in this team. Like, especially Gray's usage of the Rapid is just so good.
Yeah, can we talk Gray as well? Just is playing 90 different games and sick of them. Comes back to Splatoon and is still sick of the game and can play 90 weapons. The flexibility on this guy is immense. Gray is one of those players that I feel like people think just kind of plays support because that's what his team's always needed, but he's so flexible and he's able to move on to so many things when his team needs him to because his Rapid is so good, man. I mean, I feel like there was constant pressure, even though he didn't get 90 kills, there was just constant pressure from the Rapid, and it made it so hard to kind of move anywhere on the map or do anything. And then you just had 9 people running at you with this constant pressure, and you had this double armor. It was really hard to deal with.
Exactly. Did you see how many flanks were actually cancelled by the existence of Gray?
Exactly.
He just got over a wall and, I guess I'm not flanking.
Also, just how many straight up pushes were shut down. Someone would be moving forwards. Gray's awareness is immense. Just immediately catches it, starts throwing off some chip down. He's like, I'm not coming forwards anymore. And Gray's going to stick that weapon. Same comp from AR with the same players on the same weapons. And we're going to have one slight switch up. Jared is going to be moving on to that Neo Splash-O-Matic. So does want the bomb rush, which makes a lot of sense. It's been doing so much work for AR.
It really has. Well, as we can see, just a battle in mid, as is expected. I'm experiencing a little bit of lag here on my end. So I'm not sure what happened there, but I did see a Ray, and that's 2v2 in mid. Zera's poking at this left side, but AR just seems to be in control so smoothly already.
Yeah, AR pitched up really aggressively and got those picks, as we've seen so many times, time and time again. And Andy now 2 go down, only Scar going down, and Jared's now left in a 1v3. If he gets anything out of this big, but no, as expected, he does not. And now AR's already going down, very close to the 50-point mark already, and they're in great control. Perfect catch, still waiting on spawns. Jared only just back, and now they're going to have to come back, charge up specials and go back in, but they do have the armor and Ray online, so we're probably going to see them use them very soon. In fact, that's 4 specials coming online for the side of Perfect Catch. They do use them, not yet finding anything. AR pops some missiles and armor too, and that forces Sarah to move a little bit and reposition. In fact, it's a Ryan going down. Perfect Catch didn't find a thing. If you pop 4 specials, don't find anything, that's going to be so hard to push back in now. It's down to less than 30 ticks. They've only got 3 people alive. They're being pressured so hard by this rapid on top mid, and they're not finding anything right now. Only 13 ticks remaining. The bomb rush just got popped by Kiva, so it's going to be really possible to pop in. Ryan's going to need to make a miracle to make this happen. Does find Scar with this assaulting to me on the left side, but no, it's not enough. 100-0 from AR. They just weren't disrupted. That was instant.
What a showcase! What a showcase! I was gonna say it's perfect. It's Perfect Catch that has the dually player, but it seems it's AR rolling the opponent.
Okay.
Like that was such an impressive display.
Yeah, it really was, and I think that I love the rapid from Gray. Like, on these maps where, you know, like kind of, I know that Wahoo is on a small map, but where, you know, most of the action happens in a small compact area. On those sort of maps where most of the action happens in some small area, Gray's positioning is so good, and he just gets chip damage off constantly, and allows the rest of AR to just walk in and pressure them all the time, and keep it just spam burst bombs, and bomb rushes come out. They find so many just like random picks before the fight starts, like, okay, not so many, but, you know, more than you'd expect at the top level of competition. It's really working in Alliance Rogue's favor. I'm really liking this new look from them with this aggressive comps.
Yeah, with this showing in winners finals, I think it would be safe to predict that AR would take the entire tournament. Just based on that last game of a best of 5, that's very confident.
It wasn't streamed, but after watching that, I'm really interested to how they went to game 5 against Hollow. That's going to be really interesting to watch, and I'm going to be interested to see how Hollow does against the rest of the tournament, because if they were able to take that Alliance Rogue that we just watched at Game 5, something really interesting could be happening, especially because it's not like, I feel like the one thing that came to my head when I'm like, oh wow, this team's like, maybe upsetting Alliance Rogue is maybe they're not used to dealing with the Tetra, because, you know, like, it is a little bit of an unknown, you know, weapon. You don't play against it 24/7. It could be like a little bit cheesy, but then they just played against a Tetra team in Perfect Catch, so I feel like it's just going to be the skill of Hollow, because I'm pretty sure these players have played on a few pickups and had some other pretty good showings in other tournaments, so I'm really excited to watch Alliance Rogue face them.
Yeah, me too. And with that being said, we are going to be taking a very short break, just waiting on this other set to end. And yeah, stay tuned. We'll be right back with some more Splatoon. Hey guys, and welcome back to King of the Castle 12 Area Cup Qualifier. I'm here, joined by Matt.
Yeah.
Say hi, Matt.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to carry on. Hi.
I just wanted you to say hi.
Hi.
Well, yeah, that's Matt. And yeah, we're back with loser semis here. And who do we have in the ring, Matthew?
I can't. Okay, so basically, Jerusalem Knights, because I've got to pronounce one of those names. We have Hollow versus Haarige Hinterlandler. I think that's a pretty good attempt, not gonna lie. German people might bully me. I literally made no attempts all day. For first attempt, I'm taking it. Anyway, on to the actual important stuff. Counterspace has gone away. I know we just enjoyed our lovely Counterspace, but they're going home. We're going to have Splat Zones, then Tower Control, then Clan Blitz. Not 100% sure on the maps, but we'll find out later. We're starting out on Splat Control, Splat Zones in Block Art Academy. Two very interesting teams. Both of these teams kind of, I don't know, not, the super well-known players. Like, they're pretty well-known at this point, but, it's not like the super players that everyone knows. But they've been doing really, really well today. Hollow taking a loss to AR, but a 3-2 loss to the AR that we just watched, putting on a stupid good performance. And Haarige Hinterlandler taking a 3-2 win over I Love Oranges. So, two teams have been putting on a lot of upsets today, and I'm really interested to watch them fight it out.
Yeah, definitely, me too. Especially with the spicy comps that both of these teams run that we'll see in just a second. And there it is, a heavy. And on the other side, a Tetra. This is awesome.
Yeah, a Tetra and a heavy, not super common. I mean, to be fair, we did just see a Tetra, but normally not that common. But the heavy remake something I'm really excited to see. Really don't see it that often, but it's going to be matched up against a Charger, and I feel like for the longest time, Splatlinks have always hated against playing Charger, so I have to see how Storm can deal with that and the rest of the team. Right now, Haarige Hinterlandler are playing really aggressive. You saw they just kind of move together as a unit there on one person. Really, really good target focus. Taking down one, but unfortunately, one does get picked off now. That's going to be Isabella on the side, and Isabella and the Zap on both sides. So now it's going to be Storm just trying to play their back to the zone, trying to maintain the small control they do have. But the K-Shot does push up and find one player there. Storm's now going to have to back up, and it's going to be Hollow taking first proper control of the zone here.
Yeah. Trying to use that Booyah to save his teammate Phoenix there, not quite working out. And wow, I was going to say everyone that returns to spawn because they died. They're still going down. It seems that Hollow here is not giving up any control, even on the opposing side of the map.
Yeah, Hollow are definitely going to be a super aggressive team. I know that Isabella's a Tetra, loves to just move in, and Toyobi gets picked off really early. That's not something you want to see. Bombers getting picked on the plat, but it looks like Haarige Hinterlandler might still try to play with this. They pop the armor, but Maxim does get taken out. I don't think that was a great decision. Booyah Bomb's now getting popped, but again, you're popping all these specials. Your team's gone down. I feel like you kind of want to build on for the next fight, because now when you're going to go, when you want to cap next time, you're not going to have them. In fact, that's going to be Phoenix going down on the side, and Toyobi's now taking this fight. Potentially could get taken down. That's 2 going down, 3 going down. It's only the heavy Splatling remaining, and I mean, look at the scenario he's in. Yep. That's going to be Hollow taking a very convincing game 1. I think that's quite a shame because Haarige Hinterlandler had a really, really nice opening, and I feel like they kind of fumbled a bit towards the middle. Like, they did look really solid for a small bit, and then I think they made the mistake of overcommitting to a lost fight, and then after that, they were kind of put in an awkward situation when they had to go in, and it wasn't really the best kind of scenario to do it. But they had such a nice opening. So I definitely think that if this team can find their footing, they can put on a real strong performance here.
Yeah, it was going really well up until the 30 to 40 second mark, and from there, they just kind of looked like domino pieces getting toppled over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, so it is going to be Clemblitz on the Reaper full tower control. I feel like that if Haarige Hinterlandler can take the Clemblitz, they do have a pretty good shot at taking it on tower control Sturgeon. Because I feel like that their style is definitely more suited towards tower control than Clemblitz. So to win this game, I feel like that's going to be quite a hard ask, because I feel like this map's going to really favour the aggressive playstyle, and I think this map really favours Tetra.
But at the same time, if you overcommit to a push and then get wiped, it's really easy to instantly lose the lead. Because
on any Clemblitz.
On any Clemblitz, and especially Reef, because if you get the bridge control, it gets so much easier to push.
Yeah, for sure. I guess one thing that also is quite nice for Haarige Hinterlandler, I really, really like both Bucket, which they had last game, and Heavy Remix on this map. Generally, I really like Heavy on this map. I feel like not only does it take good bridge control, like any anchor, but I also think that you can push up quite far with it and get a lot of control down mid. But actually, they're not going to be bringing it. They're going to be bringing the CJ and the Nautilus. And on the side of Hollow, they're going to be doing a small mix-up. Storm's going to be moving over to that vanilla dually sculpture.
Yeah, we all know and love, maybe some more than others, that missile spam from that weapon. But it's not the missiles that we see getting popped first, it's the armor, and Maxim trying to aggress onto the bridge, but instantly getting answered by two of his opponents. Isabel here pushing the right side of the enemy plat, trying to climb that wall, getting delayed a bit by that suction bomb, but with 7 clams at the ready, I think that Hollow might be looking at making a ball here to push. And as I say that, Storm does make a ball. They have the second ball getting ready to push in as Storm gets this pick onto the Tri-Slosher, and it's looking like a really, really strong first push for Hollow.
It is, but Phoenix does come on the side and find that one. But honestly, getting it out to 36, really great start for them. Gonna be popping the Inkjet, does want to clean up, but the armor is in retaliation. They don't want to get just completely rolled by this. Looks like Storm could go down, but is actually surviving right now and does take out one with him, and actually isn't even getting traded out himself. So that's really good from Storm, and a bit of an unfortunate situation for Haarige here. It looks like Hollow could be able to definitely capitalize off this. They do pop the armor because I feel like they don't want to lose a lot of control. They kind of have a safety armor now, and they have a second one online from Poyoban. Missiles are being popped and armor from the side of Hollow, so they're going to be looking to make that push as they do have a lot of control. And Haarige forced all the way back in that spawn. Look how much damage they're taking. But ooh, nice pick from Phoenix. Now popping the Inkjet. Wants to find Storm on the side here. Storm does get taken down. There's only 2 left from now. Isabel's still on mid, staying alive and going towards the bridge. Doesn't want to die here. So it looks like she's going to be looking for some sort of flank to take people out, but does get pushed and is taken out. And now Haarige have really good control under the basket, but they don't have one thing, and that's clams. They have no clams. Right now, they're going to need to pull off a miracle to try and take this lead. They're going to get a lot of clams from mid and really extend the duration of this control. But it looks like it's going to be hard with Isabel coming out of spawn.
Yeah, with Isabel dancing there around the map, it really became evident that Haarige wanted to chase her, and they kind of lost focus on the push and on the clams. So it became really easy to defend that from Hollow's side. As I say that, Isabel trying to push back into that right side of Betty, holding down the bridge, pushing back in with some bombs and that armor getting assisted by Storm here. They're so aggressive right now, but they have no ball on the proximity to start an actual push. So maybe that is an armor that will just bait out the enemy specials, and with one member going down from both teams, it was looking like a stalemate in mid.
Looking like a bit of a stalemate, but the mid control is definitely in the favor of Haarige. However, they get pushed up, and Medi on the junior actually gets a pick. Toyoman does able to find the trade, but Storm comes in and immediately saves them. Now Hollow's got a bunch of mid control, and I feel like it's a really favorable situation for them. They're going to be pushing up here and trying to get more control of the left and right side. I feel like they've got to get a bit of control under it, and that's what they're doing now. Isabel looking for some sort of push here on the right side, and actually Maxim does go down on that Tri-Slosher. This is looking like a good push for them. Now, in fact, that's 2 down, and they have 2 balls and 8 clams. This could definitely win them the game. In fact, yeah, 100% if they score everything, they've won. Jay now looking for this push, but actually gets taken out, and they were so focused on just kind of trying to throw the clams in immediately. They get taken out because they weren't paying attention to people jumping on top of them. However, getting it down to 33, it's a nice little lead, and that penalty should go down further, but Maxim immediately starting the next push, so Isabel pushing up here, and Isabel gets taken down. Now Phoenix on the side with 4 clams, and the power does come through. They easily take the lead here, and the lead does come out for Haarige. Now they're coming with another power clam. Phoenix is going to stay on the side and try and get some picks, but it's just him alone. The push probably won't continue, but if you can find a pick, that'll be big. Doesn't, and does go down, but wow, really nice counter push from Haarige. And dude, that's exactly what you said. If you push up and just all get taken out, Reef can turn in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it definitely can, and I'm sensing that it might happen again with this penalty of only 17 points. It will be so easy for Hollow to get back in the lead. Jay here trying to aggress into the enemy spawn, and with 2 going down, this is looking like surely a push from the side of Hollow. Yeah, ball going in, 2 balls going in actually, and that might be a KO.
Oh my god. That was instant. From 47 to 0 in a matter of, I think, maximum 2 seconds. That was pretty maximum 2 seconds. But yeah, what a fast-paced game. That's going to be Hollow taking the series 2-0 and advancing to the loser semifinals where they're going to be facing Perfect Catch. But honestly, a good showing from Haarige. You know, it was definitely difficult. But I think on that second game, they showed what they have. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see a ton of them today. But I think it's pretty evident that they were a really solid team in this tournament and put a great performance. Good 4th place finish for them. But now it's going to be Hollow advancing to the loser semifinals against Perfect Catch. And I'm really excited to see this one. Because If you look at the players and teams alone, you probably say, oh yeah, Perfect Catch, has the advantage, They have the way, more known kind of higher echelon players, you might think. But if you look at just purely alone how these teams did against AR won 3-2 against Hollow and 3-0 against Perfect Catch. So Hollow putting on a stronger performance against AR, but that doesn't exactly mean they're going to be the better team in the head-to-head matchup against Perfect Catch. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting matchup coming up in losers finals, sorry.
I really liked Hollow's gameplay in Clan Blitz, and I'm really hoping that counter picks this time around are a bit more varied.
I think they will be. I don't think that Hollow wants to play zones as much as Perfect Catch does.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially with that Tetra. It really does hinder the painting ability.
I mean, both of them playing Tetra.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But,
That's going to be something else interesting. A Tetra versus Tetra matchup.
Yeah, that is a good point. Do you think we'll see a lot of Tetra 1v1s? Or because in my head, I think they'll avoid each other a bit.
No, I feel like the opposite, where even though it's the Tetra, it seems annoying to 1v1 the Tetra. I feel like your team wants it because you don't want to send a bunch of people getting distracted by a Tetra. So what's the best way to only send one person is just kind of have the Tetra mark the other Tetra. If you know what I mean. So like if you just kind of say, okay, Isabel's being annoying, Orion just go like 1v1 and stall their stall, then at least it's a 3v3 and not like a 2v3 with sending two people, Like I don't know if I'm making any sense to you. This is my logic.
You are. You definitely are. It's counter uselessness with uselessness.
Yeah, it's like when Stingrays try and 1v1 each other. Neither of them want to do it. You'd much rather try and fight everyone else. But if you don't, the other Stingray is just going to shoot you and you're going to die. You know? So unfortunately you have to counter the uselessness with uselessness. And we're going to have to see if that does play out, or if the Tetris goes some other strategy and just decide, no, I don't want to take this stupid 1v1. I'm just going to go and fight everyone. But actually, I feel like the comps in general are going to be very similar because you've got two people that would prefer to play Charger but do have the Jet in their pocket. You've got two Tetras, two kind of basic support players, maybe more throwing the Junior, Terry more throwing the Zap. And then you've got, Storm and Jared both kind of on that shot/dualies. So I feel like we've got kind of a very similar matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, almost a mirror match, actually.
Yeah. About as close as you're going to get with a Tetra team.
Oh yeah, definitely. Not many times we've seen it. Well, regardless, the first map will be Zone Sturgeon. So we've seen Perfect Catch play this map, and it was pretty close against AR. And as you said, Hollow did go 2-3 against AR. So according to those stats, this game should be pretty close too.
Well, if it's a wipe now, then I'm going to laugh in your face, but... Yeah, well, I'm hoping it'll be close. I think this is going to be a great matchup. But also, for you guys that haven't been paying full attention, we're back on counter picks, and we're back on Sturgeon Zones, and we're back on best of 5. So we'll get a full best of 5 series out of these guys, and we're going to be getting counter picks. Really excited to see what these teams try to pick against each other. If it's going to be just another Zones matchup, or if they're going to try and go something else. Either way, Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. Let's see if the comps are as expected as we think. Yeah, we see something very, very familiar from the side of Hollow, but actually getting quite aggressive from Perfect Catch. Xeris moving over to the K-Shot, Jared moving over to K52. Kind of taking a note out of page out of AR's book here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. And on the other side, Hollow, they do have a double missile, especially with the C-Jet. I'm assuming we'll see like 14 sets of missiles.
Yeah, and they're going to be popping them off immediately to go down on the side of Perfect Catch. Jared's putting in a little pinch there, but actually finds Isabel and doesn't get taken out himself. Super, super well played from him. Now, Medi's going to be trying to get control on the zone, but is pretty much left alone. Going to get pushed by this K-Shot player, but really nice defensive play from a Junior. Being able to defend yourself like that, very, very well played. Now getting pushed by the Tetra, does get taken out. Isabel jumping in, that's going to be 2 for Orion. Really, really nicely played from him. Now they're going to be pushing up, and that's going to be Perfect Catch getting the first proper control of this map. Now you see them pushing up really aggressively and just trying to take the full control, but double missile is now online on the side of Hollow, as they're also popping their armor and pushing up here.
Isabel pushing this left side by herself, actually getting a pick onto Jared, maybe getting the pick onto the opposing Tetra. They do have the armor, and Ryan does come out on top in that engagement. But Perfect Catch looks like they're coming back with 4 again. Xeris trying to fight Jay there, does go down. That's 2 down from the side of Hollow, and this is full control for Perfect Catch and a great opportunity for them to get some more points on the board.
And Jared with the shark might be able to find this one. And Ryan dropping down to support. I really like that. Jared sharking, then Ryan going for the top. So really nice kind of double play there. But unfortunately, Ryan going too far does get taken out by Jay. And now there's only 2 people alive on the side of Perfect Catch. Oh, Jay finding out that Zarius was there with the missile mark and then just spamming that. That was super, super well played. Decision making and mechanically taking out another there. VJ is not a slaying weapon, but absolutely going off it there, Jay. Really, really well played. Now Isabel taking this 1v1 on the bottom with Orion. Does get a support from the teammate and able to win that one out. And Hollow do finally take full control of these zones. This is where they want to be because, again, against this quad shooter comp, you really need to get control against them because if you don't, you can really get locked out quite easily. And now they're going to try and hold this here as they do pop the missiles and have a few more specials coming online. Armor coming out as well, so they're going to try and play this pretty aggressive defense, I suppose.
Yeah, with Storm pulling out the missiles there, and they do paint over that Puya. This almost looks like neutral. It seems like no one really used specials. Every special canceled each other, and that's 2, even 3 going down from the side of Perfect Catch. And I say these picks were Perfect Catches from the side of Hollow, especially with the Ryan going down there by the hands of Medi and Isabel Terra, and Jared pushing back in. And that's 2 going down. That was such a fast retake, such a fast retake. And they are still in the game. I was fully expecting them to get down to maybe 4 points, but no, they made quick work from that.
I feel like Hollow potentially panicked there. They saw they were so close to winning and they just tried to push up, but they got a bit too far and perfectly identified by Perfect Catch. They were able to just kind of catch them out and get those punishes coming through. Now the missiles first set of missiles get popped, armor gets popped, and the second set of missiles get popped. So we're going to see a ton of aggression now from this Tetra. Moving forward to Isabel, but in the 2v1. Oh, gets the jump out though mid-fight. Really well played. And Zeros actually goes too forward, gets taken out now. Now it's going to be Hollow in a 4v3. They need to find Jared, and they do. It's a 4v2 now. This has been so good for Hollow in the last few seconds of the game. Unfortunately, Jared does find one. And Andy just pushed down, getting cancelled. Really well played there. Terrace is on the left side of the zone, trying to find, but no. Storm pushes forward and does take him out. It's only 2 left on side, but the jump does come through. But Jared, no, does find one. Should find the second, but no. It's the Tetris. The Hodges do come through. Isabel stays alive, and Jared's still on this bottom. Does get taken out without finding anyone. But oh my god, another one gets found. This is so scrappy. Zera's now backing up and popping these missiles, potentially going to try and go back in, but is left alone. Doesn't realize the backup is not there. That's going to be Hollow winning out that fight and now taking control for the last minute of the game.
That was a bloodbath below zone, and especially with the K-52 going down from the side of Perfect Catch. Storm here almost having his missiles ready. They do pop the armor, and both teams pop the armor with the missiles. This is looking like a very clean defense. Ryan focusing on the kill, doesn't get him. That's 3 down. That surely is a KO for Hollow. Insanely well played from them.
What a great defense in that last fight. I feel like that was what they needed to do when it was 9 before. They just kind of stayed around the edges rather than, overextending, and they played it perfectly. They called Perfect Catch when they were rushing towards zone. Really well played, and wow, Hollow played that really well. I love how I love this double missile armor kind of comp, because you just pop kind of missile armor, and then you allow it's kind of like pocketing the Tetra. As much as you can pocket someone in Splatoon, because you've just got all these missiles falling down the sky and you're armored up, and then you've got this aggressive weapon just going in and doing whatever they want. I think it really well played by them. I'm loving how they're playing. I would like to say though, I do like the switch up from Perfect Catch. I think their current comp supports the Tetra really well. It supports what they want to do, but unfortunately just not executing it quite as well as they would have hoped, and Hollow just kind of outplaying them that game. But I'd like to see where they go with this newfound comp, and if they're going to take us to zones for another time after losing their 4th Splatoon match in a row.
Well, let's see. Hopefully not. I mean,
I don't know.
I was talking about stats earlier. I mean, numbers don't lie. Like, the statistics for Splatoons are not on their side right now.
4 losses in a row on Splatoons.
Yeah.
But sometimes if you're confident in a mode, you're confident. Sometimes you just know as a team, we're not losing some zones, we're losing stuff what we're doing. And sometimes you just know that deep in your heart and you want to keep going to zones, and hey, you do you.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And having the maturity and the mentality to think that way is really important in a tournament setting. Not sure if everybody can flex that they have that. But, well, thank God, we see tower control. Yeah.
Okay. I actually think tower control in Art Academy makes a lot of sense if they're going to keep sticking to the current comp that they want to play. Like, if they play this kind of 52k shot Zap Tetra comp, I think they can just kind of walk all over Inkling Art Academy zones. Like, they can just jump on the other side of the map and go really aggressive, sit someone on zone, probably the Zap, just like throwing bombs from behind, getting some arms out. I think that could work really well for them. However, again, I don't know. Hollow are playing so well, and I'm loving the like kind of V-Jet K-shot picks. I think that works really well, and especially on this map. I feel like I'm a bit of a Mist doubter. I don't really like Mist, but I think there are a lot of chokes that are going to be really annoying to deal with the Mist on this map, especially if you're trying to play aggressive.
Oh, I think Mist would actually be really strong in this map because you can miss the choke points and like the little top area that some people call that, some people just call snipe on the opponent's plat. And of course, when a tower hits a checkpoint, you just missed it. Whoever's on tower just kind of force it back out.
Something we haven't even mentioned could make the switch over to custom jet sculpture. I kind of forgot that weapon's a thing because we've been seeing so much zones. But I mean, that was the original jet sculpture you pick. It's kind of funny that we live in a Splatoon world where we were thinking about V-Jet before custom jet on tower control ink block. But I mean, that's just where we're at. But we definitely could see the custom jet. I do think the burst bomb do provide some good support as well as the stingray. But I don't know. I'm really liking the double missiles for this team. So I feel like I'd like to see them stick with it. But I wouldn't be angry at a custom jet pick at all. Now they're going to throw us on a big charger.
Me neither, especially from Xera's, because I know he's such a proficient Stingray user, and I know if his teammates, if his Slayer teammates are in there and they tag someone for some damage, I know he will lock on with the Ray, and there it is, the C-Jet coming out from Xera's.
Yeah, and we're going to have the V-Jet from Charles, so we do have that difference there, but yeah, it looks like Hollow want to stick with this double missile. Definitely makes sense with how they're playing, but now it's going to be a bit of an aggressive fight in mid. Isabel does go down early, though. Jared finding that on the side. Armor does come through for Storm, though. Storm's going to find one. Are they able to find the second here with the support from their teammate? The bomb's coming through. Not quite yet, but does find it. Storm finding two now, getting rushed by two more. Terra does go down, though, because they're forced into a really awkward situation. That's only one left. Even though the two people pushing there, they were forced to go to a low ground while the rest of the team just all on the top. But Jared, really nice defensive play, stopping Isabella walking over your plat, and now moving over to this right side. Looking like it could be an even team favor, but no, Perfect Catch definitely taking the advantage out of this one. It's going really back and forwards right now.
Yeah, Perfect Catch really turned that situation around there with Jared being in the right spot at the right time, walling out that Tetra with this two-shot weapon that is 52. And with this armor and Ray going out, I think we're going to see Jared push in here with Orion on the right side, Jared on the left side. Orion does go down, and Jared in a 2v1 situation, not favorable for him at all. Jay does catch him out along with Medi there. And it's a battle for mid. It's not even a battle for tower. It's just a battle for mid right now.
We do see one checkpoint popped by Perfect Catch, but apart from that, not a ton has happened. That checkpoint is going to be nice for them in the future, though. It looks like 3v3. Orion jumping on the right side. Ooh, neither one going down from that. The bomb is popped. Orion wants to stay in this fight. And still, nothing quite happening. Terra does drop though into Storm, and Storm finds it. That was looking really weak though, and again, does get traded, but Orion goes down too. But now it's a 2v2 situation. Medi and Jay just staying around charging the missiles. Do get popped. One goes down. It's only Sarah's. Medi playing really aggressive on this junior. And I love to see that out of junior players. Like, understanding that you can move forwards and you're not a bomb bot is so important. And I love seeing that from Medi so far this set. Just like playing aggressive with the team when they need to. And it's been working so well. They find Orion on the drop down, and the tower's still moving. They're not even contested because they're forced by Isabel point goes down, and the second checkpoint comes through. Xera's is now moving towards tower, but they're making so much progress for like such an even fight. The amount of tower progress they're getting is insane. They really know how to play this mode.
They really do. I really like Isabel's presence on the opponent's bats there, and she just diverted so much attention to her along with Medi there that was pushed up, and that I think allowed them to push the tower as much as they did, as you were saying. And they're still going, they're still climbing right behind the tower, and Jared is the only one here trying to stop it.
Yeah, now the armor does get popped, so Isabel's going to be pushing on this bat again, but so far, no one does feed into it, so it's still going to stay as a 4v4 situation. Terra playing really aggressive with Jared, and it does find a pick on Isabella, but it's a trade. Orion and Terra now, brothers pushing up together, but Terra split off on the other side. It's going to be a 2v2. Terra does get taken out by Medi, and it looks like this situation is going to be in the favor of Hollow, but actually, Xera's and mid putting in quite a lot of work. Medi going for the short little flank here. I'm loving this play, and does find it. Oh my god. Medi is like a sick junior player, but Orion finding the trade now, and going to be dropping down into mid. It's a 2v3 situation. The K-shot's staying around tower, but Orion's stuck in a really sticky situation. And yeah, look, that miss is really, really hard to deal with for Tetra.
Yeah, it really is. The moment you roll in it, you lose 25% of your ink tank, it feels. And Isabel here sharking on this left block, trying to climb back the sides. It's not a good idea. Backs out to her team. And with this armor now, it's a new opportunity to push on the left side. But Jay unfortunately goes down. They do get the trade with Jared. Terra also goes down. That's a 3v2, but with this Ray from Xera's, it will become very, very hard for Hollow to move, especially with Orion dancing around their mid. But Storm catches him off guard. I don't know how he managed that. That was such a good mechanical display from Storm, and with these missiles in a 4v3 situation in favor of Hollow, I think this is a very, very good opportunity to keep the tower pushing.
And now Isabel exactly where she wants to be. Armor being popped and now moving up onto the bats. The Ted does go down on the side of Hollow, but a nice trade. I think that's definitely a favorable trade for Hollow in a 3v2 situation now. Going to be keeping this progress alive. Storm pushing up further, trying to find plenty to flank on sides, but no, staying with the team and just popping the missiles. They're just staying around tower to get the progress. You know, because I really like how Hollow are just focusing on progress rather than a bunch of kills, because honestly, the fights on their side on Perfect Catch's side of the map are normally even. It's like 2v2s, 3v3s, maybe a little bit different. But so much tower progress happens because they just wave people away from it, stick someone on it, and they get so much progress.
It really do. Zara here sticking around the tower, but that Storm just aggressing onto him along with Jay from that top left position, and with the armor, not armor, with the missiles getting popped in a 4v3 even situation here. For Hollow, they're just not stopping their aggression.
No, they're not, and all bunched up there is Perfect Catch. They're kind of forced to drop a little bit, but look how much control is for Hollow. But really nice pick from Orion, going forward, getting it and backing out now. But look, there's only 10 seconds left. There's going to be a miracle for Perfect Catch to turn the game around. They're going to need to go in this bit right now and find a bunch of picks. Terra now taking tower. They can't lose it to any cheeky little flanks. But look, someone's in mid, but 2 go down. It's a 3v3 situation. Booyah Bomb is popped by Jared for the missiles to Perfect Catch. They're running on tower. Terra's left all alone, and it looks like Terra still stays alive though, but no. Unfortunately comes off, and Medi does retake control of the tower. 2-0 up for Hollow against Perfect Catch. These guys are on fire. I'm loving how they play.
Me too, definitely. I saw so much value coming from that Toxic Mist.
Yeah.
You see, right at the end there, Perfect Catch wanted to push into the enemy, like, and not let them breathe at all. But Jay throwing a Toxic Mist right in front of that little block on the left side that they can climb onto the plat. They actually managed to get Orion picked, and Jared was forced to back out. And eventually, they killed him too. So that was such a good play, and such a good display from Hollow. And yeah, I'm really enjoying watching this.
Yeah, I love this team. They're so fun to watch.
They are.
I think one thing that I love seeing on the stat screen as well is 3 16s and a 12. And I don't think that they got, I don't think they got 50 kills between them. I'm pretty sure that's what those numbers add up to. But I think the one thing that happened is there's a ton of assists going out, which, you know, I feel like a lot of people go, oh, you got a ton of assists, you didn't get your kills, loser. But that means it's great for a team thing, because it shows they're, like, working together so much on their kills. Do you know what I mean? Like, because if a lot of assists are coming through, it means, like, 3 people are working together to kill one guy. And I think that, or splat one guy, sorry, I've been a bit naughty today. Like, they're kind of working together and doing a lot to kind of take these opponents out, which is a really, really, really great to see. Also, I kind of see that spirit of that game. I love Medi's play on Junior. I feel like I've not kind of been watching for ages, but this is my first time watching Medi, and it's the first time I've seen a junior, like a quote-unquote upcoming junior in so long that actually, like, plays the weapon properly and takes aggression when they need to. Their timing is perfect. Their timing is literally so good. They know exactly when they can just kind of walk around and take a little flank. They know exactly when they can push up their teammates and shoot people. And they know when they need to stay back and just kind of defend themselves. Their mechanics also really good. They've won so many 1v1s when being pushed by someone. I think this is like one of the best junior players I've watched in so long, like genuinely.
Me too. Definitely me too.
I didn't know really much about Medi before coming to this tournament, apart from they've been doing well, but I think it's definitely one of the best juniors I've watched in so long.
I'll say that so many people complain, oh, there's not many supports anymore, or X support has quit and this other guy doesn't play. But I'll tell you now, Medi is one to watch. Medi is one to watch and to learn with.
And now we're going to see Zeras moving over to the comfort on the Charger. I feel like that's understandable. Sometimes you go down 5 games in a row and you just want to play your comforts. You play the Charger, you play the Tetra. You want to play where you're good at, because sometimes that's what it comes down to. We're going to see, again, staying with the double missiles. The missiles already popped on the side of Hollow. The armor is ready for Terra, and it does get popped out. The missiles are ready for Jared too, though, so we'll see how they respond. Hollow taking first control of the zone, but not yet anyone going down. Orion taking a fight pretty aggressively on mid, but staying backwards with those rolls. We're going to have to see what happens here. But no, it looks like a trade comes through. Jared goes down, but so does Isabel. Terra trying to push off, and as he does find quite a few, it's only going to be the VJ remaining from Jay, and it is going to be Perfect Catch getting first control of the zone. Really nice play team fight from them.
Yeah, that was a clean up from the side of Perfect Catch. And I'm really curious to see how Xera's fares against this double missile comp. And I was going to say that, but he instantly gets a pick on to Isabel there, who is already respawned. But Orion there putting up so much pressure, getting a trade there. Medi pops the Armor. This is a 3v3 in mid. Armor getting popped from Perfect Catch, and Isabel goes down again. This is looking like a strong defense from their team now.
This is looking like a great defense from Perfect Catch so far. Right now, Hollow need to refine their footing and go back in. They can pop double missile at the same time. Isabel will be able to capitalize off that. Is quite far forwards, does find one, potentially trying to find Xera's now. But no, the support comes through Jared, and they do find the trade. That's really, really nice, but it is going to be 2 down on the side of Perfect Catch still. Xera's in a really awkward situation on the side there, but is still staying alive in this 1-1 against Jay, and actually wins it with tap shots. That's going to be turning this from a Perfect Catch. Only 10 ticks remaining. Isabel jumps into his gets immediately taken out. And finally, the turnaround from Perfect Catch. They went down 5 games in a row, but they moved to a map they feel comfortable on, they moved to weapons they feel comfortable on, and they took a really convincing game.
Yeah, not 100-0, but might as well have been. That was
as close as you get.
Convincing. And
Yeah,
that might have been the turnaround that they needed to get this set.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes when you've like just kind of lost so many consecutive games, getting that one win just changes so much for your mental, because you don't feel hopeless anymore. You finally realize, okay, we actually can do this, you know. And I feel like they're probably feeling really, really hard, especially when it's that convincing a game. It is going to, however, be the problem with this. If you want to find the reverse sweep in a counter-pick series, you have to win on your opponent's maps.
Yeah.
Because even though that was their map pick, now, if they keep winning, you know, if they don't keep winning, they're out of the tournament. But if they keep winning, they're going to have to keep playing on Hollow's map picks. So it is going to be that uphill battle to try and take this reverse sweep and put themselves into Grand Finals for that rematch. But I don't know, Hollow looks like they want the rematch against AL really badly too right now. We're going to have to see what sort of map they kind of try and favor to take out Perfect Catch. I feel like if I'm Hollow, I definitely don't want zones. I'm thinking like TC Rainmaker, Clambers could also be 6 for them. Honestly, anything not zones.
Yeah, honestly, I would go TC on a map that missiles reign supreme. Because we saw in TC Inkling that it just felt like a never-ending push from Hollow.
You know what I'd like? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, something I'd love to see from Hollow is just anything macro mart. I feel like kind of trying to deal with double missile and Tetra walking alone on the map could be very frustrating, depending on how Isabel feels playing Tetra on that map.
But at the same time, I feel like 52 is so oppressive on the map.
Yeah.
And Hollow doesn't have a 52 user, whereas Perfect Catch has Jared on their side. So I think that would make it a lot harder too.
Yeah.
We'll see. They're taking their time. In my screen, I still read Splatzone's Wahoo.
Oh, Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. I really like that.
Me too. Such a fast map.
Yeah.
And I think they just want to play Rushdown.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to that playstyle. I think Tetris can do really well on this map, but I mean, Tetris do well on it, but it's not like Orion isn't playing Tetra. The one thing though, I feel like if you're Hollow, you want to pick the more Tetra-favored maps. Not because I think that Isabel's better than Orion in any capacity. I think these are both like equally amazing players, but because Hollow are leaning more towards their Tetra player. You know, they're kind of investing into their Tetra player, you know, kind of like spamming the missiles, using the armor for them, kind of poxing them and allowing what they want. Whereas for Perfect Catch, it's just kind of another player on their team, you know. It's not like the focal point of how they're playing. But actually, going to see the Ray from Jay, which, to be fair, makes a lot of sense on this kind of map.
Yeah, especially with the burst bomb on this map can be really good. You can just be standing in mid and you're assisting from there with burst bombs.
Yep, and Rays come out from both sides immediately. Pop goes aside of Perfect Catch, but not like it matters too much. Trades come out immediately. The Xera's does win the Ray wall, but it looks like the Tetra wall goes out to Isabel. So now it's going to be a 3v3 in the middle of the map. Armor's on the side of Perfect Catch, but they do get stripped off pretty quickly. Xera's is playing quite aggressive with the team here. Terra pushing forwards too, but no one getting taken out, and everyone trying to find Isabel, but no one's able to do it yet. Still staying alive through all of this. Missiles getting popped by Jared, but missiles also getting popped by Storm. That's going to be the Tetra's trading, and wow, what a perfect even fight right now. Armor does get popped for the side of Hollows. We're going to see if they do anything off of that. They do start moving towards mid, but no one goes down yet. Ray does get popped, which is very, very big. Jared does go down, and it looks like Hollow's taking a little bit of an advantage in this control. In fact, one jumps out and one goes down, so yeah, that's going to be the whole advantage in this mid fight.
Yeah, Xera's does have the Ray, and he instantly pops it along with those bombs on the choke one. Medi does get to 53, which is a bit more than I thought he would get, but they instantly pop it. They push to 30. 30 is a good initial push. Maybe not a game-winning push, but Ryan here cleaning up on this left side. Medi being able to get the pick. Actually, they might reverse the spot, but no, it doesn't seem like it. But with the Ray, they might just be able to push back in. Missiles going out from the side of Perfect Catch, and with the armor here, Isabel is in a prime position to go in and get a few picks, but the opposing team does get the Rainmaker, and they drop it, which does slow down the enemy push quite a bit.
Yeah, that was really, really big from Perfect Catch. They needed to grab that and drop it off because that was looking really, really scary. But it's not like Hollow is still going to control all of mid. They've got a missile and Stingray online. Jay does jump out, not trying to die to Xera's Ray, and does have his ready to pop. Many jumps out too. They really don't want to go down, but Isabel on mid does find that Tetra 1v1 from Ryan. Armor now comes out, so Isabel can stay there, even though she's being rushed down by two people. Terra and Xera's being forced to jump out, and perfect timing on the Stingray. As soon as they're feeling pressured and weak, just popping it and forcing them out. Really, really nice timing. Now they don't really have much to slow down this push. Ryan is going to be trying to do as much as they can, but do get taken down. But now 5 missiles onto Medi. Medi falls back as Terra just falls onto them. No one really around support, but Terra not going as aggressive. Essentially he could, but no, Jared does actually get that pick onto mid. So it's going to be that that Ray... Rainmaker stuck in the corner, and yeah, that's going to be a nice advantage. It's going to be Perfect Catch taking out that team fight win. On the side, trying to get that extra pick onto, what is it? It's Storm. Does go taken down, and actually really, really nice Perfect Catch him until Jared goes down to Isabel.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was really big that they managed to deny that push without using Xera's Ray there. But Isabel getting the pick onto Jared does definitely slow them down. The raid does come out here, and I'm expecting to see at least one player go down from the side of Hollow. Orion does trade, that's another Tetra to raid going down. Medi pops the armor and throws a couple of bombs at the choke point. Terra can't really move. No team is in a position to really move. It's just kind of a stalemate, and Perfect Catch kind of back out a bit, waiting for the missiles that Jared does pop right now. And with this Ray, I'm expecting Terra to just die in the choke. And there it is.
Yeah, that does happen, but still 3 alive on the side of Perfect Catch. Potentially they could turn this around. You do have missiles and armor ready on the side of Hollow, though, and actually another goes down. So yeah, it looks like Hollow should be moving into mid and retaking control. However, Jay does go down. Orion's still on the sidelines, and it looks like they're going to try and re-push this. And Xera's finds two. Xera's finds at least one of them, so that's looking really, really good for the side of Perfect Catch. Can definitely keep this push alive. Rainmaker does reset to mid, and Terra does go down. But Jared and Xera's are still aggressive on the right side, but no, Jared goes too aggressive, and he's turning again. This game is just flipping backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. It's never staying in one person's control, and now Storm goes down, and it's Perfect Catch's turn to just go back in as Bell jumps out. So yeah, it's going to be control on mid for Perfect Catch, but how long is that going to last? Xera's is 1 HP, but the armor does come through to save them, and this is going to be a push onto the right side in the last minute of the game for Perfect Catch. Orion, however, does go down, and you have the they have the Ray online for Hollow. It's going to be popped, so Terra's going to be rushed down and does go down. Only 45 seconds remaining, and Hollow bringing a really, really good defense there.
Yeah, I really like the super jumps from Hollow to reposition, but, well, actually, that jump wasn't that great from Storm instantly getting picked off. Xera's here trying to hold mid. Jade does catch it, but Terra gets the revenge kill, and he ends up going down to Isabel there and Medi. And this is 3 people in mid from the side of Hollow. They might get the pick onto Jared. He manages to slip through, and he's pushing this choke point, and Isabel kind of feeds into him, doesn't manage to get the pick, and with 10 seconds left, I think Hollow just really need a Stingray, and they need to not go down. Orion goes down, that's the armor, and I'm expecting Terra to just go down there, and that's a 3-1 in losers finals going to Hollow.
Hollow taking the series. I honestly, before watching the first game, I didn't think it would turn out this way. I feel like that maybe they took Alliance Rogue to a 3-2 win, but I thought that in a mirror matchup, Perfect Catch would have the better of them, but I've been proven wrong. Hollow shown to be a really, really good team. Honestly, a well-oiled machine. They play together so well. I love the teamwork and the strategies they have going into these matches, and it's just been working out so great for them. And now they're going to get that rematch against Alliance Rogue in the grand finals after taking out Perfect Catch. Perfect Catch going down in 3rd place of the tournament. A good showing from them, but wow, Hollow is really the team to watch this tournament. They've been playing so well, and now we're going to get a great grand finals match coming up soon.
Oh yeah, hopefully, and I'm pretty sure that Hollow wants that revenge against AR for knocking down into losers. And yeah, wow, what a match.
Yeah, just going to be waiting on these teams coming to lobby, but I'm really excited for this grands. I'm going to be interested to see if Perfect perfect. Holo are potentially able to take it to that bracket reset because the fact that they got Alliance Rogue to that game 5. In fact, Juro, can you tell me, was that a Counterpicks set?
No, it was set maps.
All right, so it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play in Counterpicks there because they've not yet actually faced each other using that rule set.
Well, let's see. I think Counterpicks does spice things a bit, and I don't know if they were able to take AR to Game 5 in a set map list. I think Counterpicks has everything in their favor to help them do the same thing again.
Yeah, I feel like they're definitely a team that want to play their style and, force their maps. But at the same time, I feel like I would say the same thing about Alliance Rogue though. I feel like Alliance Rogue, like you said, could potentially, because I made the mistake calling that Mako. I think you're right. If they take them something like Mako, where 52 can just reign supreme and they can just play 4 shooters, that could be really, really strong for them.
Well, only time will tell. But right now, we're looking at Splatzone's Inkblot, a map we've seen a lot today. And we've seen Holo reign supreme in Inkblot before, but in Tower Control. So let's see how they fare in Splat Zones. I'm assuming that that AR will run that quad shooter comp. Maybe we'll see Gray on the Rapid, but I think Rapid would be a bit volatile against the Tetra play from Holo.
Yeah, I can imagine Rapid being definitely difficult to play against double missile and a Tetra running at you. I don't know if it's impossible, but I can imagine that being really, really frustrating to play against, especially on a short range map like this. We'll have to see. I mean, AR on this map, we do have to remember earlier, had a really, really strong showing. Really fast 100-0.
Yeah.
I do think that even though the Rapid could be frustrating to play against double missile, I think it could still show up a good performance. Because, again, if they're able to get control early and just kind of sit Gray on that top mid, spamming people over on the plat, allowing the rest of AR to just walk all over them, that could be really, really strong.
Yeah. You said we've seen this this map before, or how Alliance Rogue played this map before. And I'm just gonna say I completely forgot that they played this map because what was that? A minute?
Yeah, because they won so fast.
It was blink and you miss it.
It was so dominant for Alliance Rogue. So they're probably very happy to be seeing it here.
Yeah. Well, let's see. We're waiting on players to get in the lobby right now, and it should be a really, really good match to finish off this tournament. And might we remind you that whoever wins this does qualify for Area Cup, a tournament that will be hosted by the folks at Area Cup. Unfortunately, I can't name them because I just don't know Japanese and I don't know who's in charge for that. But it will be sort of a World Cup-y kind of thing. You got entrants from EU that we're seeing right now, and we got entrants from NA that did get invited, and some others from Japan. So look out for that.
How does it actually work, Jura? So it's an invite tournament, some from Japan, a qualifier for EU, and then what's going on then?
See, there is invitees. How do you pronounce that word?
Invitees.
Invitees. All right. Well, there's invitees, and for Japan and NA, because there's set teams, and for EU, we held this qualifier because there's not many teams. The EU scene is kind of shaken up, and yeah, there's actually something that we can play right now that maybe will get you more interested. So, enjoy. All right.
Wow.
So yeah, that was first showing of the trailer for Area Cup, for the World Cup actually.
So Joe, could you translate that and tell me exactly?
Yeah, so actually that says we've invited Duracell_DLC and Matt Ninja to hold this event, and we're actually giving them $1 million each, and that's it. That's the whole event. They're just talking.
We're gonna fight.
We're gonna fight?
Yeah, it's a boxing match.
Oh, it's a boxing match. Oh, I missed that part. See, yeah. I don't know how to say boxing in Japanese, so obviously I didn't know that bit. But yeah, in all seriousness, keep an eye out for that event that will be happening in the near future. But as of right now, we still have to finish up the EU qualifier. And here we are, Grand Finals, Hollow versus Alliance Rogue, Inkblot Zones. Here we go.
Yep. Rematch from earlier, it was off stream, but Alliance Rogue has won this matchup already 3-2. That was on a set map play, so we'll have to see how it turns out with their own picks. It looks like actually going to be Jay favoring that Charger, so they're not going to have the double missile, but they will have the bomb rush on that side, and Gray sticking with that Rapid Pro. So really interesting matchups from these teams, and going to be interesting to see how it's going to play out. Isabel already dropping into zone, they're already rolling over to the other side, and they already find Gray. Such great aggression, and they find, oh my, Isabel just rolled over the entire map and took over 2 people. What amazing play from them here.
That was great. That was so unexpected too. That was, as we said earlier, that rushdown bomb, and not even Gray could wall out that push from Isabel there. But with this armor coming out from the side of AR, they are trying to flush out top mid there and fighting the missiles. The second arm coming out, and Storm maybe goes down. There's a trade that ends up being down. That's a big hit to your team's paint, and Scar also goes down. That's 3 down, only Gray. I don't think they can flip this with only Gray being alive. He does manage to stay alive at least, but this pressure from Jay, that's pretty huge, and only 25 ticks left on the clock for Hollow.
And the bomb rush online, so it's going to be really, really hard to push into. If you have to push into this bomb rush with Isabel just going over there, I'm scared for the enemy team. Isabel getting a really nice splash down on zone just to cancel some bombs and taking that pick, getting Kiva out. Isabel still flying around, but Scar does finally get the pick, but wow, 100-0. Alliance Rogue just got Alliance Rogued. In fact, it was about 15 seconds faster. So, Hollow had a really nice start here. 1-0 up in Grand Finals on the loser side of the bracket against Alliance Rogue, putting on a monster performance. And Isabel, that game just had a showing and a half. Oh wait, I don't know. That was a Tetra game.
And we saw in the Grand Finals of an EU top team event, Splashdown being useful. We did see it, right? No. But I'm being serious. And that's not an RNG thing. That's not a luck thing. Isabel knew exactly what she was doing with that splashdown, jumping off of that top mid, making sure she was not in range for any one of the opponents to pick her down, and she just denied that entire right side of the zone to the enemy.
Yeah, like getting a ton of pain, but also canceling a bunch of bombs. Because of course, splashdown does just delete bombs from the game. So when Kiva's bomb rushing, a few of those just go boom, they're gone.
That was so strong. That was such a strong showing, and that really sets the pace for the rest of this match, I'd say.
Yeah. However, it is now going to be Alliance Rogue's counter pick. So they could just be going to be like, okay, we've not played for a bit, warm up game. Let's pick what map we want to play on, get back in a proper headspace, and come back swinging. Because I don't think AR are the sort of team to let this just go to their heads and be mentally boomed after one tough game. Definitely
not. We know these players. I'd argue that at least 2 of them are Splatoon veterans, so they know what they're doing.
Yeah, but it's going to be Splat Zone's Wahoo World, so they're staying with the mode, but going to be taking to a bit of a longer map. And actually, we did see Hollow struggle on this map earlier. The only map that they dropped to Perfect Catch was Splat Zone's Wahoo World. It was pretty convincing too. So, potentially taking a note out of that book, but going to be a bit of a wait. Looks like there was lobby issues somewhat. We'll have to see.
Just a DC. We all know DCs. We've all played Splatoon before.
Yeah,
it happens. But I welcome VCs in times like these because it does let Matt and I talk for a bit more, and we all know that Matt and I love talking, right? We do. You're supposed to say yes, man.
Anyway, I'm really excited to see how Splatoon's Wahoo plays out. I'm excited to see how Splatoon's Wahoo plays out between these 2 teams, because I feel like I don't know. even though Hollow did struggle on it earlier, and it definitely seems like a map that Alliance Rogue really will play, I do really like the Hollow comp on this map. I feel like that if you're able to set up your Tetris to start, pushing onto the other side, or like staying under, your opponent's drop, you can really do a lot there, and the double missiles puts on a lot of pressure too. So I do really like how the Hollow comp plays out here. Rapid Pro though, oh my god, we saw how much that did earlier. Like, we saw how much the Rapid Pro could actually do on this map, especially when Grace holding it, so we're going to have to see if that's going to come back out. But I definitely do think that, this is going to be an interesting matchup, because even though, off the back of things, Hollow got rolled on it earlier, Alliance Rogue was really good. Looking at the team comps, I do kind of like how Hollow's comp could play out here.
Yeah, I really do. I'm just afraid of, again, Gray's blaster. Because Rapid, especially Rapid Pro in this map, can be so oppressive. And if Isabel or Storm or anyone wants to come up those side walls, I think Gray just shoots there once and instantly they're almost disabled from that push.
Yeah. And I do think that a lot of the players on this Hollow team do like to play, a bit flanky, take some, off angles and try to push from different sides. And I feel like having that, the way Gray plays with this, really strong awareness, just knowing where to, kind of mark people, knowing where to throw people off, it's going to be really nice on that Rapid Pro deco.
Yeah, definitely will. I really want to see how they fare against this, maybe Jay, either on a charger to pick people off, or just sticking to that jet, which I'd love to see. And either jet, really, because the missiles will be so helpful, but also a Ray, just raying down this map would also be great.
Even though the charger worked great on the last map, I feel like for this map, I want to see the vanilla jet from Jay. I mean, and also, we were kind of talking very positively to Alliance Rogue because it was their map pick, but we just did see Hollow dominate them. We just saw Hollow dominate them. So we're going to have to see if that comes back out. It's going to be, was that the custom jet sculpture?
That was a custom.
So yeah, it's going to be that Ray, the custom jet sculpture with the missiles from Storm, and pretty much, apart from that, a lot of similarities coming out from these teams, not too many mix-ups, but we're going to see no 52 Gal, which I feel like does make sense for a bit of a longer map like this one.
Definitely does. That instantly we see a Ray and an armor being popped. Armor from both teams, and Gray does jump to a teammate. Isabel does go down. This seems like an advantage for AR, but as I say that, Gray kind of jumps into a bomb. Scar pushing this left side, trying to get a pick, but gets denied by the oppressive range of the C-Jet. He does end up going down to Jay there, and Medi looking at the left side, actually dropping onto Gray, and Kiver too late to turn around to help, and Medi's gone. Medi's gone, and he actually also gets the pick onto Kiver. It's only Obi and Scar here trying to fend the front side of the zone, and they're just flushed back. That was such a good display from Medi.
Yeah, it really was. And now you've got missiles and Ray on the side of Hollow. Ray's getting popped early. Going to try and find Gray. Gray jumps away. Kiva now on a little flank is going to see what he finds. Armor does pop, but he's found by two. Tower does find the jet, and it is going to push on zone, ignoring the one person below. Really nice decision making. Gets another armor coming through. So he's just kind of getting all the bolt right here to try and push onto them. Does get support for his teammate to take out Medi. And yeah, really nice aggression from Kiva, and really nice support from the rest of the AR to make that recap happen. Looks like they know someone's behind them, and yeah, do find that, but it does get a jump out. So a bit of a shorter time to get back into the map. The Ray is online now for a Hollow, but we're going to have to see when they decide to pop it. It is going to be now before the missiles come out, but the armor does come through, and now the missiles are coming through on the side of Hollow. Going to be a push, and yeah, we see Isabel just roll all the way out of zone, put a splashdown down, and keeping the aggression. They are alone here, but they do find that one pick with the auto bomb, actually, with all the spam coming on, and that's two down. That's Hollow back in control of the zone, and they still got the lead right here. It looks like they feel like someone's behind them.
It kind of looks like that, or maybe they just want to paint up a bit. They're sending Isabel to check that, which might not be the best decision, but now she's back in mid. Jay here, running away from mid, running away from the missiles, and AR wanting to push, but it's a 2v2. Magically, it seems Gray taking the fight against Jay. That's a trade. That's all around trades, and Storm is last up along with Medi there, and this is such good control for Hollow right now.
Yeah, it's great control, and a lot of jumps, but none of them get taken out. That's really, really nice, because they just get straight back on zone. Isabel, though, does jump and lose that fight to Kipper, but Storm going in and following that up when Kipper's in a tricky situation. Now popping the missiles and allowing the rest of Hollow to try and get some control and potentially push them up, and Storm on the flank. But it does look, it's going to be Jay going down. It's going to be AR kind of ignoring the flank, realizing, okay, there's someone behind us. Let's just walk on the zone. And that's what they do. They take it, and Storm's just kind of left in an awkward position now. And it's like, wow, what were you doing on that flank, mate? You know, you just kind of got nothing done. 10 missiles and now forced to jump out. Really, I mean, obviously not flaming Storm. I think it was a smart play, but the decision making from AR to ignore that and just run on, a really, really great call from them.
Yeah, and AR has been so consistent with these decisions, trying to ignore people that are otherwise not useful for the fight. But as I say, this Ray does go down to the Ray. Kipper instantly pops the bomb rush to respond to try to flip back the zone, but Isabel gets the splash down onto zone to castle those bombs, gets the pick onto Scar, and now poking at this left side, trying to push in. Ray watching over her and almost going down. Isabel just existing there on the underside of AR's side of the map. Scar trying to go for a flank, but gets picked off from Medi and Storm.
But two to go down, actually two on both sides, so it's just going to be Medi and Jay with the Stingray, but really nice from Medi, finding great, getting some fall-up down on the Junior. That was really, really sick from them, and that's going to give them control. Honestly, finding that pick is what they needed to make sure they were in a 2v1. You don't want to take a 2v1, and now it's going to be a bomb rush right from Kipper Station. He's going to try and turn this fast as Scar is on the flank, but the armor does get popped, so allowing Hollow to stay in control of the zone and kind of the map. But no one going down yet. Still a stalemate, but that's going to be the first one dropping Kipper. But the armor does come through, so AR might still try and fight this. There's only 3 seconds left, but they do gain a lot of control. In fact, they cap it, but there's still no one's going down on either side. AR getting a lot of control with only 3 players, and honestly, Hollow giving them a lot of space, considering they have the advantage. Urza pushing down the Stingray, but it looks like Medi wants to go and help them. Scar now in this fight and does get taken out. It is going to be a 4v2, and it is going to be Hollow now getting a ton of control.
I actually really like that play from Hollow. They receded so much space, but they knew that when they came back, they would be the only team with armor up, and they managed to paint and get a pick, and they did that so beautifully. They get the pick now onto Ray as Kipper pops the bomb rush. That's a 3v2 situation in favor of Hollow. Isabel pops the splash down here, not getting picked off by anyone, and keeping some paint onto the zone. Going aggressive there, getting the pick onto Kipper. Gray there, uncontested in the front side, but now he does get picked. Scar gets picked as well, and Obito goes down right at the last second of the game. That's game 2 going to Hollow on a counter pick.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, on a counter pick.
Yeah, on Alliance Rogue's map pick, they're up 2-0 in the grand finals of this tournament. Wow, 90 from Medi. I mean, yeah, Junior, a lot of those will be assists, but that just shows how well timed the armors are. You know, they're used to the time where people are going to get a ton of value. They're going in and they're getting the picks with them. I'm loving this Hollow team. I think one thing that is clear is how good their communication is. Like, obviously we're not in the comments, we can't tell that, but I think you can see it's evident from their gameplay. Because a lot of the time, I just see one guy like fighting someone down below, and suddenly Isabel is immediately over there to support them. It's clear that these, that the communication from this Hollow team is really, really strong, and they're doing so much, with it. And honestly, it's gonna be interesting to see what Alliance Rogue go for now. They've lost 2 Splatoons in a row. I wonder if they'll try and take it to a different mode, or if they're gonna try and, keep it to zones.
I'd like to see a different mode. I will say that right now, in this tournament, zones counter picks have a 17% win rate. So, I mean, that's not a great percentage, you know?
Okay. However, I would like to say one thing to add to that stat is you have to remember that the person counter picking is the person that just lost. So normally the person that the team that gets more counter picks is normally the weaker team in the set. So that is definitely still quite funny to think about, that zones counter picks have a 17% win rate. But additional, just kind of, it's important to look at where stats come from. Normally it is the weak team picking the counter picks in the first place.
Yeah. Well, regardless, I wonder what kind of map AR wants to pick here, because they tried to go for the Wahoo, maybe to mess with the Tetra, but they got pretty much caught off guard by the lack of their backline, because Jay was putting in a lot of work there. Too in that map, so maybe they'll choose more of a close quarters kind of map and mode, something they can be more aggressive in.
Yeah, I feel like I'd want to pick any map where you can get the K-52 out. And in fact, it will be Makomar and it will be on Clan Blitz. So the switching on the mode, switching on the map, I really like this choice, actually. I mean, it makes sense. They're going to want to pick something that favors them. But I like this in general. I think the Clan Blitz could be a mode that definitely favors AR over Hollow. I mean, we saw Hollow play it really well earlier, but I definitely think the Alliance Rogue could put on a strong performance here. Also, I feel like that it favors their full shooter comp more, and I feel like that's the sort of comp that I feel like you'd want to take to Hollow.
I was absolutely going to say the same exact thing. I don't think that Gray's Rapid is getting as much value as they'd wanted to be having in these matches. Yeah. So I think that going back to that quad shooter comp would definitely be of help to AR anyway.
I mean, I definitely think that Isabella is a lot more of an aggressive Tetra than Orion is. And I feel like when you're playing the Rapid, that's a lot harder to deal with, So, I feel like that's definitely going to favor, I think it's going to favor AR to switch off the Rapid, play that quad shooter comp. But I mean, again, it's going to be difficult. They're down 2-0 already. So to make this reverse sweep, they've got to win their counter pick, and then they've got to win 2 Hollow counter picks. But of course, they are from winner side, so I'm assuming there's a bracket reset for them. Yeah.
There is.
Question mark? Yeah, so there will be a bracket reset for them if they go down in this set here. So they do have a chance to bring it back. We'll have to see how they fare on Clan Blitz Makomar here, because you really don't want it to go down to the bracket reset.
Yeah. I don't think any team in Grands from winner side wants to see a bracket reset ever. It's such a stressful position to be in. But nevertheless, let's see how this goes. Clan Blitz Mako.
Clan Blitz Makomar coming out, exact same thing we've been seeing all day from the side of Hollow, but actually very, very interesting double shots on the side of AR. A beat on the K shot, and Scar going for an absolute all-time comfort pick for him on the 10-tech splatter shot. So I'm really excited to see how he performs on that weapon. Immediately gets taken out by Storm. Really unlucky timing there. Kiva gets taken down too. Wow, what a Castus does. It's only going to be Gray left alive. Does Shark though by 1. That's a really, really valuable pick. And this actually able to fly, push on fly 2. That's really, really good from Gray. Being the only one left on your team and taking out 2 in a 1v4, exceptional play there from Gray. I don't get too hype over a double. That's very, very important. And actually integral to shutting down the push. Extremely great opening from Gray, allowing the rest of AR to come through and shut down that push immediately.
Yeah, that was really, really good. You don't want to be in a one-person push in a map, or not in a map, in a mode like Clan Blitz where you need the most people alive possibly to score.
Yeah.
Well, taking that into consideration, Kip does go down, and it's a 3v3 situation in mid, 3v2 now for the side of Hollow. Scar in their backline, trying to get a few picks, and he does get all of those picks. Gray here in mid, trying to get a ball. They currently have 2 going into the basket. Scar popping the inkjet and getting a pick onto that. And, wow, getting 2 picks. Isabel getting absolutely destroyed there by Scar. And Obito pushing onto this top left side. Medi really struggling to keep living there. And Kip just getting a few more clams in. They still have 6 clams there, and they can definitely keep this push going.
Inkjet shots like that are an absolute class. I feel like that's what Scar, the player previously known as Urza, is known for. Just making those crazy mid-air flicks and doing things like that. Those mechanical, moments of greatness is what Scar is really known for. And 10 KA on a T-Tech in 2 minutes of the game. You're not an assist-heavy weapon. Most of those are kills. What a performance from this guy. Moving over to the comfort and really, really showing it. AR bombing up and playing great too, but I'm loving this performance from Scar so far. In a 4v3, it's AR, so they're going to definitely try and take mid. But it looks like another thing, ton of control, but actually on the side, Scar does get another, but this time punished by Jay. It's a 3v3 situation, as Jay now is backing up, trying to find potentially some more missiles. A bit of a, kind of back and forth situation on mid, but it looks like Kiva does overextend and get taken out. That's actually going to be a second taken out. I think that's Storm pushing up and finding those picks. It's only Scar left alive, is missile, so is it a pretty tricky situation, but Medi getting a bit too cocky and Scar getting the perfect punish, and now it's pretty tricky for Hollow to push up, because again, like you said on Clan Blitz, you kind of want a worst case scenario 3 people in your push, because you just need your hands to throw those clams. You need the people around. And look, we talked about clams, 25 on the side of AR, now 20 as one gets taken out. In fact, it's actually only going to be the 2 bulls left alive, so now Hollow do have a great situation to start getting a push, but that clam economy definitely not as strong as AR's.
Yeah, if they're lucky, clams will start spawning in that mid part of the map, so they can get a few more points as Val tries to scores 1, but instantly gets picked out by Scar. Storm here sharking this right side. Not sure what he wants to do. Maybe get a pick, but he's not in a favorable position to do so. He is holding onto the missiles. Maybe gets the pick onto Scar. He does, and that is a 4v2 situation for Hollow now. Advancing into mid and popping the missiles now, maybe getting the missiles onto Obito, making him back out, and that should be a free score for Jay. And they only have 6 other clams to score, so it's not looking so great. But as I said, that it's a 4v2 and they score so many clams, they take the lead. 3v3 right now, 3v2. That does look like the end of the push, and Kiver and Obito pushing back into mid, but getting distracted by Isabel. And now it's the end of the push, but they score! They get it down to 11. That was such a good play.
And that's the sort of thing you can do with Tetra. You just kind of roll around in spawn, get it a little bit close enough, and do those power clam jumps. That, down from 31 to 11, it's huge, especially considering that AR on 39. That's a big, big gap now you've made in the difference. And only a minute remaining to try and make that up for AR. Isabel is on the side now, going to try and survive this inkjet from Scar, and actually does, but Obito comes through with support to take them out. It's a 3v situation in mid, as Gray is now going to back up and try and stay alive with power clam in hand. 4 versus 2 situation for AR. They're now going to try and push up, and they do score the clam, but Gray gets taken out as a result, so it's going to be difficult for the rest of AR to keep up this push. They have 10 clams, but it looks like they're pretty much all in the hands of Kiva. Does score him, and they take the lead! Getting another one on the side is Scar, and does stay alive. They get the lead by a single point. Gray's got a power clam, but it is going to save that. Oh my lord, only 20 seconds remaining, but this could easily flip. I mean, there's already 27 clams on the side of Hollow. If they win this team fight and push up, the game's over for AR. This could be anyone's game, but Kiva finds a pick on the side angle. Isabel is going to be trying to take it, but does get the power clam, reveals her location. That's not what you want as a Tetra. 2 go down on the side of Hollow. Only the 2 people left, and you know exactly where they are. Overtime's going to activate, but it's not going to be long. And Scar gone so aggressive fighting that one, but does get taken out. It doesn't matter. Gray gets the score of the power clam, and AR win on their map pick to start the reverse sweep. And oh my lord, what an insane game, and what an insane performance from Scar. I mean, really showing the old form that he has, just going aggressive on that T-Tech, hitting crazy inkjet shots, rolling over your team. That is the player that we know.
Yeah, that was great. And as you said earlier at the start of that team fight, had Hollow won it, they would definitely be taking the game.
Oh, yeah.
So AR really knew what they needed to do, and as Kiver got that first pick, they knew, okay, we just collapse on them. And it's over. It's over. Medi was way out of position there. He was, I'm pretty sure, on the far right, really pushed out on that map, so that was pretty easily a 1v1 loss, as he is a junior. And the rest of his team in spawn can't really push up, can't do anything. Those 20 seconds of overtime would run out pretty fast, and Gray just finished it off with that score. That was beautifully played from AR, securing the win and securing their place in this grand final.
Yeah.
Still.
Alliance Rogue not getting knocked down into the bracket reset yet, so they're keeping themselves alive. But again, as I said earlier, this is where it gets the most difficult. This is the most difficult part of a reverse sweep in counter picks, because if you got to win, if Alliance Rogue want to win this set now, they have to win back-to-back Hollow counter picks. The question is, will Hollow have the right counter picks in mind to take out Alliance Rogue? I feel like the first thing that you think of, if I'm thinking about Hollow, and I'm thinking about what maps I want to take them to, I'm thinking missile heavy. I'm thinking maps where pretty long weapons can work pretty well, because, you know, they've got Jay definitely want to primarily stick on that anchor role, whereas Alliance Rogue, you know, they can move over to that quad shooter when they need to. But, you know, you do have Gray on Rapid Pro, kind of a bit of an anchor weapon. You know, it's not a hardcore anchor, but does kind of fill a similar sort of role. So it'll be interesting to see where Hollow wants to take Alliance Rogue here.
I was thinking maybe Rainmaker. Rainmaker would be really tricky. We saw in their match in losers finals against Perfect Catch that they played their defense pretty well.
Yeah.
But I think that defending Rainmaker against a team like AR would be so much more difficult, because their pacing is so much faster. They have a lot more bombs, a lot more popping utility for the Rainmaker shield. So I don't think that would be the best idea like it was in the other set that we watched Hollow play. So I really want to see what they do.
Personally, if I was Hollow, I'd stick away from Rainmaker. I feel like the quad shooter comp is just too strong on that type of game mode. But actually, it does look like they're going to not listen. Moving over to the Rainmaker comeback pump track. But I mean, they played amazing on it earlier. So it is just nice to know that this is our comfort map. We want to go here because we feel good here. We think we can take it to them. But I would be wary because I do think that quad shooter on Rainmaker, one of my favorite ways to play the mode. I think just like 4 short, like not even just quad shooters in like Jet, but just 4 really close range shooters on Rainmaker is a really, really tough thing to face sometimes, especially if you've got 4 bombs.
Yeah, and especially with how aggressive AR can get, I think defending it, I don't think even a Ray can stop the speed, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
If they get Ray, they'll just run right through.
Especially if Scar wants to stay on the Inkjet, which I think we'll see because they want to favor the bombs as well. If I'm going to predict it, I think from AR, they're going to run in like something like I think we're running exactly what we saw last time. The Ray Zap, the Splash Neo, the T-Tech, and the K-Shot. I think they're going to stick with that double shot because you want to keep the bomb spam. And I actually would really, really like to see the Inkjet on this map because I think that you can pressure that Ray at least. Even if you don't get the pick all the time, you can pressure them back and stop them just spamming you when you're trying to get your push off.
Yeah, exactly. And with that Inkjet in this map, you don't even have to follow the push. You can just stand right behind or below the pedestal on that little slope area. And you can get so much done from there.
Especially with the mechanical skill that Scar has on the Inkjet.
Oh, yeah.
It's, I mean, God, we've seen some insane things from this player over the years on Inkjet. And we're really interested to see if they decide to keep it going into this match. Hollow against Alliance Rogue. Alliance Rogue got the start of their reverse sweep last game. Can they keep it up? We'll have to see what comp they're going to go for. It is going to be same old from Storm, but actually Scar moving over to the Nautilus here. I do like this pick a lot, but it's definitely not something we see. I love it, but it's not something we see all the time from him. So we'll have to see how it's going to turn out, but I can definitely think it'll be a great pick with his mechanical skill. But this Stingray is going to come out to start this game.
We see Medi here playing on the right side, looking for an armor to pair with that Stingray. A trade going down, Not and Tetra in mid. Hollow does have armor, but Medi unfortunately goes down as the opposing team also pops the armor. And as we were saying before, this is such a fast push. That was, what, 3 seconds there to 35, 33. And that is a really strong first push in this 3v2, 4v2 even situation in this battle for mid that will happen right now. Jay trying to get that jump, but the pressure is never ending. Scar there bombing his Inkjet and trying to get a pick. He gets the pick onto Isabel, and they're all in already. They pick the Rainmaker, don't let it reset. The Stingray gets bombed and the armor gets bombed, and this might be the end of the push. That's a wipe, and that will be mid to Hollow.
Okay, very, very effective Ray from Jay to stop that push. Honestly, if that Ray didn't get all the value, then I really think it would have been difficult, but it looks like they can actually get the lead. In fact, they do! They take it the last time. AR weren't ready at all. I was barely paying attention, and before you know it, they've got the lead. It is a wipe. The push ends quickly, but so does AR's lead. It's not like it can't get flipped, though. I mean, come on, it's a Rainmaker humpback. Especially with the comp like AR's playing, this could be gone in a matter of seconds as the bomb rush get popped onto class. They're going to try and take advantage of it, but Gray gets taken down. Nice job from Isabel, and Isabel actually staying alive through all of that. Scar now popping the jet. The splashdown comes through. Scar gets taken down, so it is looking like an advantageous situation for Hollow, and wow, really, really great push from them, and a nice defense to round it out.
But this bomb pressure coming from AR not ending as well. They don't have mid quite yet, but Hollow manages to secure it. But with these missiles, they might be getting ready to push back in. Gray unfortunately does go down, so no zap on the side of AR. This K-Shot here, pretty weak, but does manage to get the pick onto Storm, and it's a 3v3 now. The entire team of AR is all on it. They're all on the right side, and they all go down.
Isabel just finding 2 on that little area. So many people pushing her, but that's the about Humpback. I feel like it's one of those maps where it's flat enough where you don't get too annoyed as Tetra, but there's enough cover where you can just dip in and out, and just win these 1v3s, which Isabel's been doing. Now, almost 4 specials online on the side of Hollow, and we're going to see what value they can find. The missiles do come out from the side of AR, but Isabel's going to be moving forward with this armor, but not yet finding anything. Doesn't want to overextend too far. Given does have the bomb rush online, and the armor is going to be able to come out soon. The armor and the bomb rush do get popped for AR as they're going to try and take control of it. Storm, bit of a tricky situation now, left alone, does get taken out. Now Gray's going to be trying to push it up with the rest of the teammates. Does grab the Rainmaker. Ray is online to the side of Hollow. Are they going to be able to deal with it? But no, I really like that. Using the splashdown stay alive from Isabel, and then being able to support the Ray to take out Gray. Really, really well played. And now Hollow have an opportunity to get back in. But AR could easily keep this push going, especially with this bomb rush online from Kiva.
That flashdown actually delayed the push so much. Obi gets his teammate actually dies rather, and Isabel, such an offensive play there, pushing in, making the opposing team waste so much time as the missiles come down. Kibber here trying to push through the elbow, but Obi not quite ready to make that commitment yet. Kivr maybe flanking this left side as Isabel drops on her. Obito does go down. It's a 4v3. Scar does have the Inkjet ready, but with the armor, Isabel will be pushing in and getting 2 picks there as Gray's the last one alive here on the left side.
It looks like they're aware of it too. Yeah.
That's it.
Does get the jump out, does keep the armor very, very important for this defense, but not really too many other specials on the line for AR. It's going to be pretty hard to deal with the aggression that's going to come out from Hollow, but they do have a lot of space. You see, they do have a lot of control of their plat. They're not giving it over to the other team, and they do get the trade on that side, so I think it's quite good. The missiles do get popped. Scars now dropping into mid. Does get wavered off, but is still taking this fight. Has the Inkjet online and ready. He's going to have to see how they're going to deal with it. Storm gets taken out, so it's looking like a pretty advantageous situation for AR, and I feel like the defense is going to go into their favor. But only a minute left. Lead still on the side of Hollow, and a Stingray at the ready, but a lot of picks going in the favor of AR, so this could turn in a matter of seconds. We've seen so many times.
Yeah, so many picks from the side of AR. Unfortunately, they don't get the pick onto Jay as he pops the raid there. They almost got a lead, but now only Obito on their plat and Scar in mid. They have 30 seconds left. I really don't want to see Hollow give up as much space as AR needs to start another push, as it seems they are doing. They're already pushing on this right side. The Rainmaker does reset, and with Kivr going down, this is a really comfortable position to be Hollow in. Isabel here with the armor on the right side. Inkjet from behind them. Don't think that will bother them that much. Isabel actually gets taken down, and this might be very, very dangerous. No raid ready from Jay here. They need to get the pick onto this Rainmaker here, but they do it! They did it! They actually do it! I was gonna say, it's over. AR gets the lead, but they don't, and that is a bracket reset happening for Hollow.
No Ray, no anything, just a single splat bomb from many being well placed. You know, you get a lot of bomb spam, and it's that one splat bomb that ended the push, but oh, that was so close. I mean, what a close game between those guys, and honestly, a pretty close series. You know, some of those games definitely were more one-sided, but that was a really, really close grand finals, and now it's going to be Hollow taking that revenge on Alliance Rogue and bringing them to the bracket reset. I definitely will say Alliance Rogue looking more comfortable towards the end of that set. So now having that reset, going back to 0-0, they're definitely going to be feeling, you know, like they're in a nice position to potentially try and take it back to Hollow. Right now, the set count between these guys is 1-1. They played in winners semifinals. Alliance Rogue won 3-2. Hollow now just won 3-1 over them in grands, and it's going to be an interesting bracket reset. I'm excited to see how these teams are going to fare off against each other.
Yeah, that was stellar gameplay from Hollow. I love how they actually got the lead, pushing the left side with the rail. We almost never see that.
Yeah.
Right? And the fact that it worked really surprised me. I was like, oh, they might get it down to like 40, but they've probably not going to get the lead, but they proved me wrong. They definitely did. And now in a bracket reset, all they have to do is do this entire thing again.
I think it's definitely a big risk taking that kind of push, because you're kind of like, I feel like when you're on the rail, you're very exposed, especially to, well, I guess, longer range weapons, but it's not like AR already had any. Like, you know, when you're on that rail, you're just a massive fat blob that's really easy to shoot down for long range things. But when you look at the range that AR have, it's actually kind of difficult to deal with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Either way, though, starting on Splatoon's Mako map, I feel like you'd say this is an AR favored map, right?
I would agree, and I'm mostly basing this on the fact that we've seen AR win on Mako Mart before. Granted, it was Clan Blitz, and it was really, really close.
Yeah.
But Zones, in my head, still screams,
exactly.
They are favored. But we've seen.
But the thing is, we've not seen a win.
Roll them before.
Yeah, I honestly, like, when I say it's AR favored, I mean like a favor of 51-49. You know, I think this could be a very, very close map for a lot of reasons. I think that I've loved seeing Scars play on these Inkjet weapons. However, I definitely do want to see the 52 Gal come out on this map. I think that it's going to be a good pick against what Hollow have, as well as just a general great weapon for this map. I think I want to see maybe the quad shooter out of AR, but I could see the rapid working. But we'll have to see, because I could see Hollow just bringing it here. Because, I mean, come on, dealing with double missile on Splatoon's Mako. No one wants to do that.
Yeah. It does not certainly sound fun. But I actually think on Mako they'd stick with the quad shooter. I don't see how rapid would be that much more useful in this map, especially with the layout. I'm assuming you'd try to put them in one of the stacks, and if it's like the stack on your side of the map, then the Tetra can just kind of push you for free with that slope. I think that is a really good position for Tetra to just jump the Rapid.
I think it's an extremely risky pick, the Rapid, because, again, I think that you could be very vulnerable in a lot of situations. However, I do think that it does have a potential big upside if you are able to get a lot of control and stand in like a great position where you can just spam onto the other side while you have Scar just pushing up and you have some like burst bomb, bomb rush spam. Then it could be really, really frustrating to deal with. But again, I think it's a gamble, because if you're locked out, or if you get rushed down, or if you're in a really sticky situation, you get double missiled all the time, it could be very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it definitely can. I also want to say something that I'm not sure we've mentioned before. We've talked about the inflated KDs that Meta usually gets, and we talked about how well-timed the armors are, and how good he is at surviving and keeping those armors getting pumped out. But I actually think that the bomb placements from him are actually so good for his team. Be it for Isabel, like if Isabel pushes someone, you'll see there's probably a splat bomb splashing some damage onto that person. Or if Jay is shooting someone, they're already weak too.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, but also just like I think that also leads into the timing. Like, I feel like he knows when and where to throw the bombs, when to also just kind of ignore bombs and push up and just shoot people. It's like, I don't know everything about this guy's game, but I think I've never had so much joy watching a junior player in my life. Especially because I feel like, apart from like, I feel like I've always enjoyed watching like Bursty play junior and Grey play junior. I feel like they know what they're doing, but they're not playing as much in recent times. And apart from that, I feel like I'm just watching people stand on the map and throw bombs. But finally, we've got a player that can take aggression with their team, knows the timing to fight people, has great mechanical skill, and knows when to stand back and throw bombs, and knows where to throw the bombs. It's really, really great play from Medi.
I feel like we're both drooling over the players here, whether it's Isabel's offensive capabilities, Medi's Junior, Gray's Rapid, or Scar's Inkjet. We're absolutely fanboying over here. But I think it's justified, honestly. Oh, we see DC here. So, quite unlucky.
A bit unlucky to start this out. But yeah, I'm sure this doesn't. Yeah, everyone's out.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, all we need is one of the teams to cap the zone. That would be wonderful. And there it is, 15 minutes or seconds in. There we go. That aside,
it takes these guys so long to get to paint zone. I'm really worried about how they're going to play.
You know what I think happened? I think someone told the players that we were fanboying over them, and they were like, "Oh, I want to hear more of this. So let's give them more time to fanboy over us."
Ego boost before bracket reset,
Exactly.
So then you go to bracket reset, you're like, oh, so good at the game.
I mean, whatever floats your boat. I think that would definitely help.
Matt Ninja said so.
Oh man. Well, Matt Ninja is usually right.
True. What's Jay?
Sarcasm.
Good draw. Oh, CC.
I don't know. Personally, if that were me, I would be writing FF because yeah, there can never be too much VM. For those that don't know, FF stands for forfeit.
Thanks for honestly,
some people might not
jokes
know.
are funnier when you explain them.
No. Some people might not know. That's a valid explanation. Come on.
Nah, don't worry. You just taught us that jokes are indeed funnier when you explain them.
No, I was not explaining the joke. I was explaining an integral part of the joke.
Okay.
It's different, trust me.
Medi's back in the lobbies. Hopefully, we see these guys play. I just realized I was also paying attention to the weapons. We could have just found out. We could have talked about the comms. We were just chatting. Did you notice anything interesting? Was there a Gao?
I think it was same old.
Okay.
I think, but I was
pretty sure I saw New Rapid. I definitely saw Hollow playing same old. I'm pretty sure it was just K-Shot, V-Jet, Junior, Tetra. Alright, we're using chat because we can't do our job. Apparently double K-Shot for lights, right? I quite like that.
You know what's really funny?
What?
I log on to Twitter and I see an IPL tweet, and they tweeted the clip of how Hollow won last game, and it was actually a bomb perfectly placed by none other than Medi.
I said that. I thought you were bouncing off my point, but actually turns out you were just ignoring me and had your own point.
No.
Never mind.
No. I was, and now I'm saying that they've noticed. Well,
new set, same old from AR. Okay, same old from Hollow. Bracket reset, game 1, and AR going to be bringing out this double K shot. So, same abilities as well. Double K shot, double missiles, and they're going to be looking for a lot of bomb spam on this zone. They've got triple suction, and that's really going to be doing a lot of damage to zones. We're going to see how that plays out here. Armor and missiles comes out very, very early. Hollow, same old. Isabella pushing this right stack and going to be looking for some aggression. There is going to be Storm going down early on, but it's not going to be traded as one of the K shots goes down for AR2. Isabella just staying on this right side. It is actually Scar, the K shot that does go down. AR being pushed back a little bit, but Vito popping those missiles and potentially go forwards now. Even though it does lose that one to Isabel, and now Isabel's going to be able to get a little bit of flag. Nice splashdown. Oh, brilliantly timed and placed. Vito going down, and now trying to fight on this left side with the help of Storm, and trying to find something great is right there, and is back up really fast. Staying on the side of the enemy team spawn. I wonder if he's going to look for a jump out, but actually just getting a major distraction right now. Like, it doesn't matter if Grey goes down, because now the rest of AR could potentially push forward, but maybe not finding it fast enough. And no, actually, just Hollow played way too aggressive for them to allow that to happen. So they're just capitalizing themselves off this 4v3 situation. And it is going to be Hollow still in control of this zone with only 40 ticks remaining.
Yeah, I actually disagree. I think Grey going down there and being staggered actually gave about 10 to 15 ticks to Hollow that they wouldn't otherwise get. But now AR pushes back in with one person going down. Scar trying to push in, and now it's 2v2. And Medi's just panning the zone, trying to stand behind cover. And as Jay and Storm come back in, that's free reign over mid for Hollow there.
Yeah, it really is, and Hollow still have great control. They pop the armor, and they're potentially going to go aggressive, but do get missile again. Getting a lot of missiles being popped on them, but it's not like they're not retaliating. Pop those missiles. So on the right side down, it looks like a lot of fighting so happening on this right, but Isabel does go down. Bomb rush being popped, and Storm goes down too. It's only Medi and Jay being forced back out now as AR gets a ton of control, but Grey gets traded. Having one of your players go down when you're trying to find your, kind of aggression on the defense is really, really bad. Jay goes down too, but it's, not looking great for AR as a second one goes down. Potentially could be Hollow moving back onto this zone and getting a ton of control here.
Yeah, Armor's almost running down, but they did make quick use of it. That's 2 players down coming from spawn for AR, and Isabel here trying to shark this right side, trying to push back in. Maybe she doesn't know the Scar is in there, but that doesn't matter. Scar does get the jump out. Storm did go down, so it's a 3v4 in favor of AR. Isabel jumps out to Medi. Medi here on the right side pops the armor, and Isabel trying to save him. She does get the pick onto Scar, and Grey here on the right side. This is so close, I can't really keep up with this. Medi gets a few shots onto the guy in mid, and now that's just a free cap maybe for Hollow. There it is over the splashdown, but ultimately it is AR who gets mid control and zone control, but Medi jumps out. That was so good for him.
God, with this aggressive comp, there's so much going on. The games can really flip in a matter of seconds, and it looks like it's Storm getting a nice little shark that doesn't quite find it. Really nice back out from that K-Shot player on the side of AR. Both players do live though. It allows Storm to maintain the missiles and pop it. 4 Hollow to come through. Kiva goes down. The missiles get popped on the side of AR, so they're going to try and stay in this fight. And it is going to be Isabel. Does feed into the hands of Vito, who does find that nice punish. Now going to be looking to the flank with his missiles, finding Storm on the side, but Storm turning around and finding the trade from something that looked to be very, very Vito favored. And now Hollow potentially turn this back. A lot of bombs being spammed from the side of AR, so it's being really, really hard for Hollow to find any space. Quite suffocating. And Isabel does go on the flank here, trying to find something, but not quite. And actually getting it a 5 with the K-Shot. The K-Shot finds it through, but it's a 3v2 situation. Missiles getting popped, and AR still in a great situation, but it's a 2v2 now. Either team could win this out. Scar does move forward though, wins that K-Shot duel against Storm, but there are still 2 players on the side of Hollow. This favor could honestly still go on the side of Hollow, but no, okay, I think that armor kind of closed it out in AR's favor. They should be getting the lead here, and they do have quite a bit of control on mid, but definitely another team fight is going to be commencing immediately with this armor and missiles.
And that armor from AR a bit early, trying to secure the lead, but not securing the game as Hollow pops their own, and now they should flip the zone, maybe anytime now. Okay, there it is. They get that penalty of 42 ticks onto AR's counter, and now it's their turn to get control over the map. There's 2 people going to spawn from AR. Jay does spot 2 with his missiles. Missiles from AR also coming down. Isabel here shocking the left side. Jay panning over mid, and that is armor from AR, as well as some missiles, a few bombs onto zone. That is a zone flip. Both teams, actually no, that's a 4v2 situation for Hollow, so that should be a quick flip again, and 15 seconds in a 4v1. They're all coming from spawn, actually, from AR. So 10 seconds in overtime to get 20 points here. I think this is pretty doable.
Yeah, honestly, either team could win this out. Again, it all comes down to a single team fight. I'm a big fan from both sides. Bito in a 1v1 does actually get the trade. This is so close. And, the zone flips! In the middle of all of that action, the zone flips and Alliance Rogue takes it. Unfortunately, Hollow just won as Paint focused as Alliance Rogue were, and they're going to be taking the first game in bracket reset. Really, really well played by them. Honestly, that could have gone either way. I'm kind of sad, you know. Not that I didn't want Alliance Rogue to win, but I would have loved to see the rest of that team fight play out. I would have loved to see the duels, but unfortunately, Alliance Rogue is just too good at the game, too good at understanding the objective, which is, okay, let's just get down to business. Let's paint the zone right now. We don't need to go off and take these duels like the rest of Hollow might be doing. Let's just get into the, meat of the game, which is just get our paint on the zone.
Obito there got a really, really crucial trade onto that other K-shot, because had he gone for, say, Isabel, or yeah, probably Isabel is the best example here. Maybe Hollow would have kept the paint ability to keep up with AR in mid there, and maybe they wouldn't have flipped. So I think that pick onto Storm was actually huge for AR winning the game.
Yeah, it was really, really nice play for Obito. I think taking that fight was, the right decision for his team, kind of allowing the rest of his team to just kind of focus on the objective, which was get the zone painted with the immense amount of paint they do have with all of those shooters. Gonna be waiting a bit on some members of Hollow. It looks like a couple of DCs went through, but yeah, it was gonna be waiting on their counter pick. Probably you'd assume Humbug Rainmaker. I'm assuming because it's a new set, can you counter pick things from Grands? Because this is or is it linked to one thing? I feel like you can because it's two different sets, right? Yeah. So I feel like we're gonna see Rainmaker come back, but it was close enough to the point where do you feel fully comfortable picking that map, or is there somewhere else you'd rather go?
Well, I don't know. Oh, is lobby dead? I'm not sure what happened.
Maybe they're changing to an EU host. Yeah.
Okay.
Never mind. Our host is EU. I always forget. Sorry. So we'll have to see what Hollow decides to pick. I feel like it's not going to be zones, right? We can say that for sure.
Yeah. I don't think it will be zones at all, unless they pull a map that plays completely different. And looking at the map pool, I don't think there's many that would allow that. Maybe Ancho, maybe Reef, but I don't really think it would be the best of decisions.
I really can't think there's any map in Splat Zones that any kind of archetype of map that we've not already seen today that wouldn't be kind of 50-50, if you know what I mean. And obviously 50-50 is not a horrible thing, but when you're counter picking, you want something to be extremely in your favor. And I feel like nothing, and again, I don't think that Hollow are a bad Splat Zones team at all. I mean, they a lot of people could doubt the Tetron zones, but they've been doing amazing on Splat Zones today. But I definitely think that they could give themselves a bit more of an advantage straying away from that mode.
I don't know, like looking at their performance in against AR in Inkblot zones, it would be, I don't know, in their minds, maybe that would be a good map pick, but at the same time, I think AR is the kind of team to think, okay, we know what we did wrong, let's adapt, and let's win.
I would also bring the argument that was AR's first game back after like a 9-set break, and Hollow just came off the back of like getting a massive upset over another team. And I feel like you get a really big upset like that, you're so hyped in VC. You're shouting, like let's go. You're feeling amazing going into the next game. Whereas they are kind of, I feel like you don't play for a while, and I feel like I don't like having a big break in tournaments. It makes you feel a bit more stagnant. So I don't think them getting rolled on that map was completely a map thing. I think it was definitely a bit more of a stagnant thing. But either way, got a bit distracted here because Splat Zones Anchovy Games the pick. They are going to be staying with Splat Zones, but actually Anchovy Games. I'm pretty interested by this map. I feel like that if Hollow get a ton of control and move up onto the enemy flat, it'll be very, very soft game for AR to try and deal with.
Well, how many not count me. Call me a genius, because I did say if they're picking zones, maybe looking at the map, or maybe Ancho would be the best map. I don't know. Like, it's not about me. It's about the players. So I don't know. I can definitely see why. I think this map might be good for Tetra. Oh, instantly a DC in my screen.
Getting a lot of connections today.
Yeah, from Medi again. So definitely a problem on his end. Hopefully he can fix
wait,
this.
what? They're still playing?
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
Alright, Duraslice are mistaking him. They're going to be playing this game, and very interestingly, Grey on the Bloblopper. I really like this pick on this map, and they're going to be moving back over to the 52 cal. So I'm going to be really interested to see like how the aggression can be backed up by the play from the Blob, but no, actually, the Blob does take it down immediately, and Medi does pop this armor, and it's going to be Hollow getting a ton of early control and pushing up onto the opponent's plat.
Yeah, that is correct, Isabel. Already on the plat, as you said, with Jay here. Jay with that range being so oppressive, but the Bloblopper does have that bomb rush ready. And I'm pretty sure he can be very liberal with his bomb rush usage, because Bloblopper just gets that weapon, gets that special so fast. Isabel goes down, but unfortunately Blob also does go down. Kiver does have his own bomb rush at the ready, trying to push here in this 2v2 situation. In mid, trying to flush back Medi there on that side of the zone. They pop armor, and Hollow is looking like they want to defend this pretty aggressively.
Yeah, but AI does find that pick onto Storm there. Isabel pushing up onto the flat, doing exactly what she's going to be able to do. Two people watching her with the armor, but honestly, that's just a distraction. It looks like this side's great. Okay, you know, don't need to look at this. Let's just only send one person to mark Isabel as they're now forced back, and AI does have control of the zone, but Isabel hanging out in the office. Very, very nice position to be in the Tetra. So the rest team can push up, and you could get caught off at any moment. Of course, they know she's there, but it's still something you have to think about, and now she's coming in with the armor now. Does get Booyah bombed away, and it is going to be a bit of a tricky situation, but they're so distracted by her. It's going to be interesting to see if Hollow's going to be able to capitalize off it. They're sending the 52 to do it, which is a good idea, but it looks like AR is winning that mid on fight while Isabel's trying to distract her, and it is actually going to be AR coming out advantages from it. Does get the one pick, potentially could find more. The AR Sony still has the control by far. Still having this fight on the right side though, Kiver Grey versus Tetra, so I'll see how that turns out. Kiver's going to be getting a bit of paint onto zone, but it's still Isabel behind them, pushing up now, trying to find something, but no, does get taken out, and that long drawn out sequence does come to an end, and it honestly went into the favor of AR. Even though they did get a ton of paint on zone, they are still in control, but actually, Scar River Extends gets taken out now by Storm, although that's 2 getting taken out, 3 getting taken down, it's only Isabel on the side of Hollow. I think this is finally AR's time where they have full control of the map and can get a proper lead there.
Yeah, unfortunately for Isabel, it looks like she was trying to waste the opponent's time, but ultimately I think she was wasting her own, and that you never really want to see that happen, as she was on that office, their team did manage to push to 29, but at what cost? Because now AR is in position to steal the lead, but no! They flip the zone, Hollow flips the zone, and now in a 2v3 situation here, Isabel holding the left side and Jay holding mid. He does have the missiles, instantly pops as Grey is coming from spawn, I do believe, and Isabel there hosting jumps to Storm. Medi shortly is coming back, there he is, and they can probably flip this again. Isabel with the splashdown onto zone, that is an instant flip, and pushing back in a 4v2 situation.
Yeah, it's going to be Isabel pushing really aggressively on this fight. Going to be hard to deal with when you only got 2 going alive, and Vito stuck in this 1v1 and does get taken out. And now this is scary, because this is what I was saying, if Hollow just get full control of your plat, I'd be really scared as AR, because it could get quite suffocating. They only just get 4 members of their team back alive. They have the bomb rush, double bomb rush online. Kiver pops the first one, Grey now holding on to his, so they're going to be waiting potentially for some more specials. Armor very close, and now does come through. A lot of specials being popped by both sides, so we'll have to see how this turns out. Grey trying to get a lot of paint on his own, as Hollow do continue to keep this strong lead. But AR does get the flip on zone. It's a 3v3 situation, as Kiver's going to try and take this fight on the left side. Not yet finding anything, but it is going to be the Tetra over there with the splashdown at the ready, deciding, no, I don't want to take this, but you turn your back and Medi drops down on you. Really, really great coordination on the side of Hollow, taking out that team fight, and Isabel does get taken down, but definitely advantageous to the side of Hollow. Quite close to the armor for the next fight as well. I'm sure the missiles won't be long behind.
Yeah, Kiver there throwing the burst bomb onto Isabel. Unfortunately, she doesn't die, or she didn't die. I truly believe that Kiver maybe thought that would get the pick, but it didn't happen. And now with this armor and these missiles, I really think that Hollow are in a position to KO this map. Over the bomb rush, they gotta paint this. They might be able to do it. They do have a splashdowning over zone right now would be very dangerous. Isabel does go down. Obi goes down too, and this is a 3v2. That's a KO for Hollow. Wow. Really, really well played in that map.
Yeah, really well played. And honestly, I'm really interested about in that game by what Isabel was doing. Because even though she normally was just dragging herself and the team was dying on mid, I feel like you were slowing down what Alliance Rogue could actually do on the paint. Because it felt like Alliance Rogue were in control for so long. I expected them to be in the lead. I looked at the score counter at the top, I was like, wow, they're still losing by far. Because when you're only 3 people trying to paint over 3 people, it's much harder to retake a zone in a 3v3 compared to a 4v3, you know? And I think that Isabel kind of distracting on that side there was really, really useful for that team.
Yeah, definitely is. I don't know, that game really proved how wrong we were about zones. And I really think that Ancha was a good pick, even theoretically, for Isabel's splashdowns. If you get the elevator up and you splash down from up there, as long as the enemy team doesn't have a charger or a ball point or a jet of their own, they won't be able to pick you off, and that's just a free suction bomb rush denial.
Yeah, definitely. And now I'm going to be interested to see where Alliance Rogue try to take this. Honestly, wouldn't be... Oh, what did they win on last time again? It was Clamblitz Macamar, right? But that was very, very close. Honestly, it's so hard to try and think what counter picks either these teams want, because every match has felt like it could go either way, regardless of counter pick. It's really, really difficult to think of a map that would heavily favour either team. If I was Alliance Rogue, I would probably want to take it back to Clamblitz of some sort. I quite like how they played it, but Hollow played it great too. It's so hard to call.
Yeah, this set is so close to the point that we can't even decide what maps would be good for each team. It's such a hard call to make right now. It does seem like we're having lobby issues once again.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what is happening.
Yeah. Another switch of folks there, so I guess some players not okay with the lobby. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Oh, the host was NA. I didn't even know there was an NA player on this lobby.
Yeah, Storm. Storm is a NA host, but it does seem like AR is hosting now.
I thought Storm was European.
No, I think he is the only NA player.
Wait, is Jay European?
Yeah, Jay is.
I thought Jay was NA.
No. It's Storm who's NA, and the rules for this tournament clearly state that in your team, 3/4 of your roster must be you. So yeah, only one NA player per team, or Australian, or whatever. Just not a you. But yeah, it seems that we have sorted out the lobby issues.
Hopefully,
and we'll
they won't want to change again.
Yeah, hopefully not.
It's interesting to think about with all the lobby changes. It's not something that people always will have on their minds, but I feel like with the lobby changes, both the teams are probably pretty annoyed about some form of latency. I don't know, it's something to consider here, because I feel like that kind of adds kind of a layer to tilt to either team. I don't know, because you kind of get tilted that you're being accused, you get tilted that you think someone's lagging. I don't know. It unfortunately happens with online game, especially with the lovely Splatoon. But
right. Well, based on Splatoon history, it could be either team, because we have some infamous names when it comes to lag in this lobby right now. I will say. So, not really sure what's happening here. On my end, last game I did say someone DC'd, but it turns out it was me who DC'd. So yeah, that's what happened. So yeah. Not too sure what to think of it, but right now we're just waiting on a counter pick map to get picked.
Yeah.
And let's see what happens.
God, it's interesting to think. I wonder if there's latency issues in Area Cup, what will happen? Because normally if there's latency issues in Japanese tournaments, they're not too happy. But if there's latency issues in our own region, taking that abroad might be.
Right. The thing is, the World Cup isn't really an Area Cup, so I don't think they can really make that argument.
Yeah,
they've signed up to play with players from all over. So
we have our map pick.
We do have our map pick. Tower control,
Yeah, Tower Control Inkling Art Academy. I find that interesting because, again, I feel like taking it to a new mode, especially Tower Control, could definitely be advantageous to AR. But we saw how good Hollow were on this map mode earlier. Like,
Oh yeah.
Again, for me, it was their objective play was so sick because it feels like against Perfect Catch. There we go. Whenever they were taking fights in the spawn, really, really even fights. They were going back and forth, like pure, like, I don't know, splat-wise, whatever. It was like a 44, then a 3v3, etc. But the tower was constantly moving to the side of Hollow because the fights were happening so deep in the enemy spawn, and Isabel would be dragging out the fights for so long on the bats. They couldn't really make it to tower, and then they'd just be sitting on tower and be making progress.
It was also the map where we saw Storm go insanely aggro. So I wonder if you'll try to do the same against these opponents that definitely play a different style than Perfect Catch did. But hopefully for Hollow, they'll mimic exactly what they did in that earlier game.
Yeah, but again, I feel like AR won't have those fights drawn out as long. Because I feel like I think one of two things will happen. Either they'll just kind of find Isabel there, they'll kind of run on her and shut her down, or they'll just run on her and get destroyed by her. So I think it's going to be a lot less drawn out fights. In which way it goes, like, who's going to favor, hard to say. Not only that, but we've talked about what's going to happen when Hollow's attacking. When Alliance Rogue is on the offense, I think it can be really hard for Hollow to shut them down if they're going to play a really aggressive competition. But again, the competition's going to be interesting to see. We're seeing Scar actually back on the Nautilus, put on a pretty good showing earlier. So I'm interested to see it come back out. And again, the Inkjet is always a pleasure to watch.
Definitely is. I'm pretty sure we'll do this pretty standard start here from both teams. Scar trying to poke at this left side, going on to Isabel, but Isabel catching him off guard there with the side speed, getting 2 picks actually. That was great from Isabel, and we see Hollow instantly capitalize on those picks. Scar almost making it back. Unfortunately for Hollow, they don't get the checkpoint quite yet. They get 2 picks again, so that surely will be a checkpoint. Isabel climbing this left side, trying to do exactly what you, Matt, were saying earlier. Make the opponent waste time on that position. Gray gets the pick onto Storm, pops the armor. This is a prime position for AR to get the tower back, but he does get picked off, and they push the 52, and they give up the push at that number.
Yeah, they give the push, and now AR's taking a lot of mid. Again, I feel like we saw one of those scenarios happen there. They just walked up to Isabel and they were able to take her out and take control of the tower, not letting it go too far. Still though, a really great start from Hollow. Getting down one of those checkpoints and making it for seconds, really great progress. And in fact, not much progress might come alive for AR as they do lose their Zap player immediately. Popping a lot of specials, but trying to turn this scenario, and they actually do get that pick. The turn could be coming through. 3D scenario and another from Scar. Oh, 3 from Scar on Inkjet. That's how you turn around scenario. Inkjet can be such a volatile special because you can just pop it and you completely turn around a team fight. That was not looking like it was in AR's favour, but the Inkjet changes everything. Now AR puts all the way up, Isabel goes down, and this is going to be the start of an amazing push for them. What an amazing start to AR's push. Really great job. But now she's but oh my god, Scar's from the Inkjet. I was going to fight anymore, pushing in first ball, trying to see if he can catch anything. Finds the missiles, forward, but stands still popping that special. Wow. So well played, and now it's a 4v2 situation. AR are going to keep this going, and they are going to take the lead as they continue their push. Brilliantly played.
Yeah, the push isn't done here. 3v2 situation in their favor. Scar here struggling to stay alive amidst all of those bombs. Medi actually going down there to Gray, and Gray just ran into the tower. They're probably going to break this checkpoint. There they go. Tower looping around the mushroom as Scar pops yet another deadly Inkjet. They do get 2 picks down. That was a great shot. This is looking like a potential knockout for AR if Hollow doesn't quickly get control tower, and there it is.
Wow, that was just Inkjet after Inkjet after Inkjet, finding so much value. I've not seen stuff like that for the longest time. I mean, it's a special that's so rarely seen nowadays, but I think when you play it on a map mode like Inkbot Tower Control, it can honestly be broken in the right hands, and I mean, that's what we just saw. Scar literally, in that single push, getting 3 Inkjets, and getting at least 1 with all, like, at least 5 of Scar's KA that game came from Inkjet, over half. Like, he's really playing to his strengths, and brilliantly played and followed up by the rest of AR to take that game.
Yeah, that was that was stellar gameplay once again from Scar, and we saw how well Hollow played this map earlier, and now we saw them completely crumble at the face of AR now. So it really goes to show what caliber of Splatoon we're watching, and how different each matchup can be.
Yeah.
And it's so dangerous. There's never any certainties when it comes to this game.
Talking about these teams and roles in Inkblot, earlier we saw AR win in 1:30 on Inkblot zones against Perfect Catch, and then we see Hollow win in 1:15 on Inkblot zones against AR. It feels like all of these teams kind of beat each other on certain maps pretty dominantly, but then they lose it pretty dominantly to other teams. It's really, really interesting to see how these matchups turn out. Now it's going to be the counterplay from Alliance Road. Sorry, from Hollow. Taking them to Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. They beat Alliance Road earlier on it, but it was very, very close. And Alliance Road could definitely take this game and win the tournament with a 3-1 in bracket reset. However, again, Hollow's won it so far. So far, won it in every game this tournament that we've seen. So could definitely be a bit of a scary one for Alliance Road.
Yeah, Rainmaker Humpback definitely does ring a bell from earlier. I've heard about this map before. I've heard of Hollow in this map before. I don't know. Maybe we've seen it, like you said, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's definitely slightly Hollow favored. I mean, but again, it's like a 51-49. You know, I could definitely see Alliance Rogue taking this here, and unfortunately, it looks like we're gonna have a DC in the lobby, so a bit of a longer wait. But I'm very interested to see how these teams play. I'm interested to see if AR want to run with the exact same competition they did earlier. If I was them, I would. I really liked that comp. They played it well. They just needed a bit of perfection, and it seems like they've really warmed up and they're back in their groove now. But I could definitely see them switching. You know, maybe they want to put Urza back on the T-Tech, but why would you want to after that game? What am I saying?
I'm not so sure. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the connections here.
Well,
because the lobbies are really disjointed right now. We see one DC going down on one screen and a different DC going down on another screen. But hopefully we'll get it sorted really quickly. But yeah, it looks like another lobby is up, so no waiting at all. And I am sure that these teams really want to get into the game. Like, It can be so annoying when you're playing in a tournament and you need to be in constant waiting rooms.
Definitely. I think that it kind of slows down the momentum. I think both teams just want to get into it and continue the game, because both teams have some level of momentum. I mean, Alliance Rogue off that game, Hollow off their entire run so far. It's really, really been interesting to watch. I'm excited to watch the next game play out. I mean, it's going to be a rematch of a map. We've already seen these two teams kind of have a neck-and-neck match on, but seeing it again is going to be very, very interesting. I mean, honestly, Alliance Rogue was seconds away from winning. They were like less than a second away from winning last time. It was just a single bomb from Medi that stopped it. So we'll have to see if this time Alliance Rogue can take the win that they were so close to last time, or if it's going to be Hollow staying dominant on this map.
Yeah, especially with such a situational push that Hollow did have in this map last time, with that incline over to the left side of the map. I'm not sure they'll be able to replicate it. So, yeah, definitely going to be a different game than the one that we watched before. So really curious where these teams will take us.
Yep, hopefully loading into the screens now. I feel like the comps are given at this point. If there's any massive switch-ups this late on, I will be shocked.
Mm-hmm. Regardless of what the end result will be, I think that Hollow has given us a brand new narrative for you.
Yeah.
Because they're a relatively new team in kind of the end of Splatoon 2's competitive life, with Splatoon 3 being just around the corner. So I think they're really setting the scene for a new, strong contender that people will root for. I know definitely there's people rooting for them in chat right now. So it's really nice to see, and I think the storylines might be my favorite part of esports and of competitive Splatoon. And it's about time we get some new names in there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like or most of these, definitely I'd say that Medi's the kind of the fastest up and comer of the team. A lot of these names have been around in various pickups, various situations. None of them have had this great of a performance, you know. I feel like, you know, like I think they've been playing together as a pickup for a while. This last project, you know, had some good showings, but this is really their greatest showing. AR staying on what we saw from earlier. No changes either from the side of Hollow. It's the exact same thing. Could potentially be the last game of the tournament. Hollow are going to need to stay dominant to stay in this series. Going for the early pop here is going to be AR, and they do get it. Leaving it for is Hollow, and Isabel just staying on the sidelines with this Ray, trying to find something here early on.
Isabel here, sharking that wall, pushing onto the right side with the assistance of that Ray. Unfortunately, Medi does go down. Isabel also goes down. It's a 3v2 situation here for the side of AR. AR making a quick push, but unfortunately a bomb, I'm assuming from Medi. Yes, from Medi does catch them off guard, and that is yet another pick. Scar pops the Inkjet, but with the opponent's armor, I don't think that'll do much work. Gets the pick, but easily gets picked off by the opposing team.
Yeah, it does get a single pick and great mechanical skill, but two for Obito in mid, going up, and unfortunate timing, I feel like stacking up a bit too much against Hollow, and Obito finding two, and that's 3 down. Only Medi, not even close to that armor, and yeah, the bomb spam has always been great from him, but I feel like when he's not supporting the rest of your team, it's not really great, and caught by Obito, still nowhere near Stingray, not close enough at all, down to a push of 28. Obito's on fire right now, showing that it could be so visual on the K-shot. Obito's on fire, this is a H3 player, this is a support, and he's just going off right now in the enemy spawn. Isabel popping this back time, does find one, and is able to end the push, but oh my lord, Obito with that push, and the backup from the AR, that was exceptionally played from them.
Yeah, Hollow making the same play as before, Isabel managing to catch that, that was great, off guard along with that Inkjet, or not Inkjet, Raymaker shot, and with this Ray, maybe getting the pick onto Kipper. Isabel too does get it, but that pop picking her off too, and that was a successful defense. AR not letting this team make the same play again, and just defending this. And this time around, they have a lead of 15, and that is huge for them. This is such a safe lead for them to defend, even with the Inkjets and the Stingrays. But as I say that, that's a wipe, and now they have an opportunity to just go. They're pushing this right side, as we like to see. Storm already in there and popping the missiles. Isabel just swimming through the bombs, but forced to back out. That is quite the slowdown for them.
I think one thing about that situation is, even though they got a wipe, I feel like when you have Isabel grab the Rainmaker, you lose so much of the aggression that you want. And yeah, Skull Pop and Inkjet now, along with the support of the rest of the team, will take it down half of the Hollow's side. So it's going to allow AR to go back into mid, unless something crazy happens, especially with this armor. That should be them getting some control and moving on to the opponent's side. Inkrail is trying to pop to see if anyone doesn't know. It's going to be the Ray pop. They do take out the Rainmaker. Isabel dropping with it, and potentially can find a second here. Very, very weak is Obito. Does get taken out now. Isabel going to be pushing up, trying to find the Nautilus player maybe, but yeah, not taking that 1v1 directly. Going to be a very difficult one. Waiting for support from her teammates now. Going to be grabbing the Rainmaker again, potentially, or waiting for the rest of her team. No, they're going to be allowing Jade pop at this time. I like that idea. I think you want both of your aggressors to be, not holding the Rainmaker, able to push up. Missiles do get popped, and they're up one. Many now pushing forwards, but not too many other aggressors, and the bomb does actually take out Jay. Isabel's going to be popping for a fast pop. Won't actually be picking up. It's going to be neither of them will pick up. I think that's a smart decision. There are only two left. They do just want to back out or die fast for the next fight. Scar will pop the Inkjet, so we'll be losing it. Not fighting too much unless a crazy shot happens here. But no, that will be going to the next push now for AR.
Yeah, 90 seconds left on this game. So Hollow really needs to make some fast plays. Isabel trying to push this right side. Gets 2 picks. That's absolutely huge from her. Pushing the last 2 remaining members of AR back. Unfortunately, Jay does go down to Obito's missiles, and Obito here tries to push back into mid. The Rainmaker will reset very, very shortly, and I think this is AR's pop, unless one of them goes down. Granted, it's the burst bomb user, so no, that doesn't end up mattering. For that fact, Medi trying to stay alive in mid, does stay alive. Isabel here sharking on the cubby there, and this is such a heart-to-heart situation for Hollow, even with the Ray and the armor. Isabel goes down, and that with 30 seconds left, that's so unfortunate for them.
Yeah, 15 seconds now, and AR do have control of the Rainmaker, and yeah, they're just going to hold it. There's really no reason to just run up. Even if you run up and die here, there's still so much time, and the rest of AR are playing away from the Rainmaker, so they're not going to get followed up on. In fact, they can actually capitalize on the fact that they're really the Hollow in an awkward position now, try and find some picks themselves, and they do. They fight 2, they fight 3, it's only many left remaining. It's 13 seconds left in the game. The only one coming is the one from Spawn. An actual miracle would have to happen to stop AR from winning this tournament, but that's not going to happen. Storm goes down, 5 seconds remaining. Isabel and Jay are going to try and push, but they're stuck in a corner now, and that's going to be it. Alliance Rogue, after a lot of hardship, a lot of close games, Conquer do win in the bracket reset in a 3-1 fashion and win the King of the Castle EU Area Cup qualifier. What a series and what a tournament. Brilliantly played by Alliance Rogue.
Brilliantly played indeed, and wow, I don't think anyone expected that. Me, I was reading through the entrance this morning, and I saw AR, and I was expecting a 2020 AR kind of style where they get in, get out, they win, they rolled everybody. But no, Hollow showing up and putting up this performance against such a fabled opponent, right? They did such a good job, unfortunately, not being able to bring it home. And yeah, AR qualifies for the World Cup as the EU representation.
Yep, EU representation is going to AR. It really does feel like the old days. I mean, you've got Scar and Grey. You know, Grey's definitely been here and there, but you know, Grey back, Scar back from a long break and putting on monster performances. It's the old form EU has come back to represent us at the World Cup, and I'm going to be very excited to see how that turns out. But I mean, we can't not talk about Hollow. Second place, brilliant performance. They took us out for AR, they put them in the bracket reset, unfortunately going down, but wow, what an incredible team. I'm really excited to see what else they can do for the remaining of Splatoon 2's run, and see if they can even keep themselves going to Splatoon 3, because these guys put on a monstrous performance today and really showed how strong they can be. But unfortunately, Alliance Rogue is just too strong.
Yeah, they truly were, and I don't know. I really don't know what to say. This was some great Splatoon we watched today, and that these teams put out for us. So I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss for words, honestly, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much else to say. Make sure you watch the World Cup and tune into that, because Alliance Rogue are back and they're looking amazing. But
yeah, they really are, and I cannot wait to see them play against all of the other teams that qualified or that got invited to the Area Cup World Cup edition. So yeah, I guess that will be all for us today for King of the Castle Area Cup qualifier. Matt, where can the people find you?
At Ninja_ on Twitter. Don't follow it. It's Dura, where can people find you?
Well, at Duracell_DLC on Twitter, and that account you can follow. So, yeah.
well, thanks very much for IPL. Oh,
yeah. No, go ahead.
Thanks very much for IPL hosting this. They put on a great job, and you know, great stream as always. I really love what's going on here. And I'm really excited to see more from them, and I'm really excited to see Alliance Rogue in the future. Thanks for watching, guys, and yeah, Dura, last words?
Last words, just goodbye. See you later.
Peace.
Peace.
Homie.